All right, welcome back to another session. The day is ours.
Is it?
Yes.
The entire day. This is going to be like a 14-hour session.
Oh shit.
I wasn't aware of that, but okay.
I'm sure your other half.
It
will
was
be
in the
fine
memo.
with that. Oh yes, yes. See, I messaged you yesterday, Chun Po, and you never said anything back, so it was just,
It was just assumed.
yeah.
Let's see.
I don't think any of us could do a 14-hour session today.
No, I don't want to.
Like, even
I'm
if I
sorry,
was
Matt.
available, that sounds
Yeah,
not fun.
unless you're Alex, then you'd be like, yes, let's do it, Matt. Let's go.
Yeah, he likes his games. That's for certain. But no, we will. Even if you wanted to, we will not be. Sorry.
Oh, oh man.
I mean, if you want one for a marriage gift, I could.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm still debating if we should play on Saturday or not that day.
Oh, probably not.
I mean, we could. It's not like it's tomorrow's. Like, that Sunday is the wedding. Saturday is just like a free day. We could play together, Matt. We could be interesting.
You could do that, but I feel like it's your weekend of the wedding.
I know it's a little selfish of me.
Could Valley join?
I don't know.
I would say don't. Or play it by ear. Who knows? It might work out.
I have the whole
But,
week after booked off for vacation too, so it would be
sweet.
a good time with the alley girl.
Where were you going with that vacation?
We're just gonna stay up at Cambridge Narrows for a bit and then just come back home.
Okay.
Yeah. We got the cabin booked from Sunday, Monday, Tuesday. So
Cabins are awesome, so
yeah. And then I'm driving Matt back. What is it? Tuesday? I'm driving you back, Matt. When's your flight out?
Yeah, something like that. I'll have to look at it again. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. What's going on here? Alright. Do I have you on the right map? That's the real question. I do. Some music would be good.
please don't stop the music.
I could try and get that one if you want.
I don't think that's appropriate for a boss fight, but
Hey man, it's whatever gets you comfortable and ready to fight.
true.
Just like I don't know how what you vibe to in your fights, but
Let's play
You
Smooth
know what?
Criminal.
We'll do that one.
You've been struck by a Smooth Criminal.
Be a sharp one in this case.
You can have a smooth, sharp surface.
Right. For
Or
now,
it'd be a different surface, I suppose, but it can be smooth otherwise.
I feel like that could be considered a super deadly weapon because then it's just like it's so sharp you don't realize that you cut yourself, but also it's so soft you don't realize you're cutting deeper.
Yeah, that sounds unpleasant.
Matt, there's some
And a smooth criminal. Oh,
sorry.
sorry.
I have some sword nurturing energy tribulations to roll if you would allow me.
What? Do you have time left?
Those would have happened beforehand. They just weren't rolled yet.
Gosh.
And I have 11 downtime scenes remaining until the end of the 6 months.
I see.
Yeah.
You
So
got this.
the first one I want to do is slash R 40d10. These are for low grades, and then slash R 4d10 for mediums.
Oh yeah, when we were doing the true.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 8 low, and then 1 medium. And then after that, I have 10 slash R 90. No, it's actually 100. 100 D10. And then the slash R 10 D10.
Don't die.
Yeah, if it
Bless you.
was every 100 within 10,000 is 100. 100 goes into 10,000 100 times, right? Or wait, yeah, exactly. Yeah, because 10 times 10 would be, yeah, exactly right. Hell yeah, I got 3 from the that one there, and I got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 16 out of 100. That's pretty close to. I'm just happy I got the 3 medium.
True.
Alrighty. So the next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to put in those motes into my arming sword. So let's just put in first was 8, 1, and then 4th. Which is 16 L and 3. Oh, growl from my stomach.
Yep, that's me. Your growling stomach.
Same.
So I'm going to put 20 low sword cultivating energy low sword nurturing energy, and then I'm going to put 1 medium
I need to
or
reset.
middling sword nurturing energy into the arming sword. I'm also going to put look at the swords currently in the sword cradle. So solar 30 yen, no, sorry, Qigong. And then shadow 30 Qigong. I'm going to put 10 sword motes into it. And I'm also going to put 30 key of fate and tribulation. And that's so I got sword from metal, I got tribulation from ice, and I have shadow qigong for the dark side. I'm using the combination. I have solar for myself, and there's also yang for myself in there as well. The sword nurturing energy, middling sword nurturing energy. I'm actually going to do 3 total instead. I can do 4. Let's do 4 instead. And there's 1 willpower as well in there. And I think, I suppose, and then I'll put the, because I don't know when the next time I'm going to be able to improve my sword, so I kind of wanted to do this now for it. So I'm going to put 1 tumbleweed.
Like permanently?
Yeah, into the sword.
Sounds good.
And okay, subtracting. And then I'm also going to put 1 narrative point.
Just fun, you say?
Just the 1. FYI, Star Child is from last session we talked. Its focus is tribulation, and it's the inputting of resource from there. So yeah, I'm going to spend most of my downtime scenes putting that into the sword and letting it undergo its rebirth, I guess, or growth, the next stage. And then I'll have a sword like the rest of these 2 that are tier 1 relics. That was the plan for this. And
Well, they have tier 2s.
Sorry, tier 2 relics. Go to the next stage.
How do you do this? Because it was already a tier 1. Let me check the notes.
Yeah, it should have been tier 1 because these guys didn't put more influence to get after tier 1, right? Like it was
No.
10,000 influence to get to tier 2, and I've put 10,000 influence.
Oh yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah. It was there. Tier 1, it's pretty much it's usable, right? It's you can pick it up, and it has some influence in it already. It's
Yeah.
tangible
Yes.
from the arming sword.
Yes.
So now, with all these new things, I've made sure that are put into it. I am ready, and I'm confident I have a good foundation for it. It's connecting to through fate, through my eventual 3 other swords that I'll have, and this will be mine. Focusing on my character being the tumbleweed, and the other 3 being boon, fate, and bone coins. Yeah, I think I'm good for that. So let me just put in the sword cradle then now of the new some influence.
Bum, ba-dum, bum, bum, bum. Is this? Anything else?
Not that I have access to. Like, if I had more resources, I'd be able to do that. Like, I could maybe put in some of the crystal from the geode we found, but I feel like that should be used for later tiers anyway, or different things. So, um, the only other thing I can think of is that since we have the layer up, that might do something. I don't know. Save.
It could. Oh, is this map taking a while to load? Game, don't do it. All right. You guys get last moments for Team Huddle.
Have we seen the thing? Since it's a picture. But have our characters seen it?
It's coming. No, you haven't.
Sorry, I forgot. 4 sword enlightenments. I'm also throwing in there for the last bit. Team Huddle. Team Huddle should be in the living room.
Yes, yes. So, do we have any idea what we're going up against? Other than something that requires your sharpness aura to be solidified, or the path of the sword to be completed?
Sure. I know it's going to be a challenge for us all.
Hmm. I think so. Though I don't know how much we'll be able to assist, as we were unable to finish our sword training.
Well, let's go with it together. You guys. Well, I mean, You have sword energy though, and you do have functions that can. How about this? Let me make a hole. Liron, you pound the hole, and Chun Po, you finish it off with some poison, and I think that should be fine.
We can certainly give it a go.
Seems like a good plan of strategy. We need to be not hit. That's another one. That's pretty important. What about you, Chun Po? What do you think? Chun Po is muted.
Forgot about that. My bad.
Yes.
Yeah, sir. Yeah.
I think that this fight's just going to have something interesting going on with it. That pounding the hole, or well, creating a hole, pounding a hole, and poisoning the hole. Yeah, I hope it's that simple. But you know, I like the general plan. Let's see what happens when we get punched in the teeth. I think I might. Well, I don't exactly want to be in the front, but I have special constitution.
You sure do. You are certainly very sturdy. Though once when Lar gets going, I've seen what he can take. Takes him a second, though, so if there's any preemptive strikes, it might be good to have you take it on the chin. Or dodge.
Or just parry, I guess.
I suppose that is also an option, yes. So,
You ready?
Lar, you're going to strike first, and we'll come in afterwards, I suppose, if you can make an opening.
I think that should be fine.
Let's get out to the hallway. Meet it before it gets here.
Woot woot.
All right, into the hole you go. Ba-da-da-da-da.
Matt, the only question I have: what came of my sword after it went to tier 2?
Yes, of course you would wish for that.
The
Of
other two
course.
got some things. I am curious to see what happens to mine.
Oh, we should probably find out. Buttons. Well, we'll do that for now, and then we'll have it explode.
Boom.
Yep. And then, yep, we also it extra explodes because we like that. Doing that. Add to your blank. Yeah. And then we need to have the unassailable thing. Oh, that's already. Yep. And you added a whole bunch of shenanigans. Yes. Of course. Mhm. Yeah. Yes. Should be something like that. So get an extra sharpness, you get an extra energy, get the lethal edge, you get the unassailable. Builds an extra 1% fumble.
Okay, cool.
Back, and then it's got insurance.
Yeah, that's cool.
I was hoping so.
Yeah. All right. Let's go.
Quite.
We're all gonna die.
In the sword cradle or the sanctuary itself?
For now, it's in the source. It's in the.
Just in the cradle. Gotcha.
Yep.
The nursery in a sense, yeah.
Sorry. Sneeze got me.
So while in the sword cradle, any 100s rolled by allies in the sanctuary. All right. So if I'm
Oh,
in the
you or
sword
your
cradle,
allies?
so while
Yeah.
I'm in the sword cradle, any 100s rolled by allies in the sanctuary itself are stored in the sword instead. So if the sword is in the nursery, the cradle, and then allies or myself or roll 100s, they can go into the sword. Gotcha. Okay.
Of course, you can extend the.
Yeah, if it's somewhere else, if I bring it like into the training room, for example, or yeah, expand opponent. Cool.
That would be the plan, yeah. Ooh. Moment. I had a sneeze attack. I need to blow my nose. Alright. Much better. Oh, everyone's time for murder of crows. Caw. You guys are there. Hiya. Enough of that. Initiatives. Folks, initiatives. There we go.
Alright.
It's been a while since we've done this.
Yes.
Let's look at the top. Let's look at the top. There we go. So
And you're
fast.
first.
Okay. We see him down there. I'm gonna start with what?
I was about to say, I'm just like, we have that combos. Well, actually, no, Liron's first. Never mind.
Yeah. I was just gonna do an awareness check
Whatever for.
to deeply examine this thing.
Okay.
This might be a terrible idea.
What are you trying to learn?
Well, at this point, it's just a basic. What does this guy look like? Is there any notable features? Just what can
There's a few of
we?
those.
Okay.
So, from what you can observe about this particular thing, is it's an amalgamation of broken swords, skulls, and bones. It shambles forward with a heavy gait, as if poorly constructed.
Okay.
It does tower over the normal person, as it stands closer to about 12 feet tall. And it has a comically large weapon made of a host of welded together or even smelted together sword blades.
Okay.
Got big arms.
And a
Man,
tiny
is-
head.
Yeah, man skipped leg day.
Observing
Or
it
no head.
closely, you get a paper cut.
Yep.
Oof.
If you had eyeballs, it would have been worse.
Sure enough.
For now, you're like, it's sharp.
Careful. Don't look too closely at it. I feel like my ears just got cut.
Ouch.
What can I do that would be helpful here? I could just throw a bunch of shields onto Lar, but I could go try to hit it, but that's not part of the plan.
I mean, we can change the plan up. Don't feel bad about it. I just know that we can't defeat it unless we're swordsmen. I don't know
Yeah.
how much damage it can take otherwise, right?
How far away is it?
You
So I
might
can
be
at
able
least
to sense it. Sorry, just a thought. Your sword. Utilize your sword with your senses. You might be able to get more information that way since it's sound-based stuff.
Sure. I guess I Since I use echolocation, I can instead use the sword as a tuning fork and use its resonance to see if I can determine more about the creature.
Cut.
I'm going to make a weapon skill test against the wall to get the sword resonating, and then make
Yeah,
another
sure.
awareness test. Can I add my sound portfolio to this since I'm trying to make it resonate with the sound?
Gonna
For
make
the
the creature
skill roll?
resonate with the sound?
No, my sword to resonate with the sound, to use it as part of the echolocation instead of just my voice,
Sure.
instead of yelling at it. Okay.
The puppers are adorable.
Yeah, they are. They're currently trying to eat each other.
It sounds like it.
But that's fine, because they're adorable.
Yeah, if you like.
So there's the weapon skill. Against the wall. That's just to get a good tone to be able to, I guess, flood the hallway with sound so I could see better. And hopefully protect myself, since it's with sword sound.
Mhm. All right.
1, 2, 3, 4.
And that was the weapon skill?
That's a weapon skill to get it resonating, and now I'm doing another awareness to use
Okay.
that sound as the echolocation.
Okay. All right. It starts as a whisper, kind of a hushed tone underneath the breath. But eventually, what starts as almost something imperceivable comes into a roaring collection of voices. As 100 different voices cry out in pain to be released, to be forgiven, to be put out of their misery. 100 faces, 100 voices scream from within the trapped construct.
Lovely.
There's also something underneath the screams. It's a sub-frequency that kind of skitters across the stone. It's a promise. Promise of your fate. Of what will happen if you fail. If you die to this, you will join the rest.
Okay,
You'll be made use of.
Put into. Okay.
Your sword will join the other failures, and so will you.
It looks like it's collecting souls of dead swordsmen. They're all screaming out in pain. But there is something underneath it all. Something controlling it. I wonder if we'll have to destroy the souls around it first.
Ugh. Let's put them at ease.
I'm not moving closer to it,
That's
and
fair.
I guess I can. I could try just a basic sound attack. I will do that. This one is
Well, what is basic for you?
using my sword for the thermoacoustic effect to attempt to.
So there's nothing simple about it.
Super simple. I'm going to vibrate it in order to.
Super simple string theory and quantum physics.
Yeah. Duh, come on, this is basic shit.
It's not rocket science.
It's sound science. Yeah, so I'm going to attempt to superheat it with just my basic ability of that. So here's the awareness to try to. It is another awareness for that, but And then performance, which has mastery, which is 364 at that point. And do you want to know how much damage that does, or does it matter?
Yes, I always want to know
Okay.
how much damage.
Oh, guess that just does. Degrees of success plus int plus. Okay. Plus 12 plus another 45 times 10, and then if it doesn't have specific defense against sound, it's another times 10.
Simple,
So-
he says.
Super simple. So 10,200 damage and 1 felling and 1 devastating. Because I didn't pump a bunch of stuff into it otherwise.
Yes.
And it hits it goes through armor, but it hits your
It's your
my god.
my
Words are hard.
goat.
It hits your goat. It hits your
He doesn't have a
soak.
goat.
Soak protects, but armor does not.
Is that hit all body locations or just one? Your default was chest.
Default is chest, yeah.
You're able to push back that under frequency. The promise. But unfortunately, as the Sword Elder had cautioned, you will need to defeat it with sword energy.
Yep. It looks like I moved it with that, but didn't do much else. Anyway, that's my turn.
Alright, Mr. Lar.
Wait, Lar has
Up.
2 turns.
Let me last. Please.
Yes, well, hold on. Because.
That's how we do it.
That's the
That's where the
way.
combo is.
I'm just going to do that. Add turn, move it back. Mr. Lar, go for it.
All right, let's rev up a bit. I would do Eyes of the Weaver, but my eyeballs are not protected by sword no jutsu.
There's a couple.
So I know these are pretty cool eyeballs, but maybe this is a great time to try it out.
What's the worst that could happen?
Shatters. I can't see anymore. Oh, good thing I have Daredevil.
Yeah.
But my eyes. All right.
Again!
What's the distance here we have? Oh, that's no problem. So you do half action, free action, move up, and then hold it off. But honestly, I should just be revving up for getting shields going. Liberation is a half action, but I only have. I gave my other half action to our sword, so I don't have that anymore. But I could just do a move up. Flame Determination is a reaction. That's 4. Matt, my sword aura extends with the additional +1 for my new sword, right? My arming sword, because it has a +1 energy, sword energy.
Yes.
So I would have a 5 extra range on my attacks.
Five.
Yeah, my sword energy myself is 4, and the +1 from the sword would be 5, right?
Yes. I thought you were like an additional 5. I was like,
No, not an additional 5. The only way I could really do that is with even further beyond. But like just do not 299 worth of just like an additional 5, because I can't. You told me before that I can't go over double of my sword
Oh.
energy. Otherwise, if I want to cut myself real good. Um, so if I remember correctly, you told us that to utilize the sword energy of the pool, I need to um, almost like, I don't know, burn it or like activate it out of my pool.
Yep.
So if I want to, and it lasts for, okay, let's just move. Let's move up to here to 40. Let's do their half action move. I'm going to use freedom.
Freedom.
Caw. Uh, so I get over there, easy peasy, straight line, no problem. Let's actually put my key to its actual value because I rested beforehand. And then -1.
Okay.
Second thing I'm going to do, let's
You
do a
gonna
stoke.
give it the high cha?
I will be giving it well. Question: what's the action economy to activate the sword energy stuff?
That will be a bonus action.
Bonus action. Okay. Bonus. 1 bonus used. one free, 1/2 for movement. I'm going to use this other half for an attack.
Yep.
But the thing is, I just need to look over right quick
Yep.
of Path of the Sword. Oh, excuse me.
Doing the pouring of the tea, so let me know what
Yeah.
you're rolling.
I'm just rereading Running Down the Sword Path, The Exciting Edge, which is
Yes.
um,
Pretty good.
the only thing I think I'm missing though is the second aspect of that.
What you thinking, Johnny? What's your
I'm
plan?
just wondering whatever happened to that. So my attack. It's this pretty much what I wanted to go over. Um,
I'm thinking Miku, ooh ooh.
I was trying to figure out where, how long it lasts for. That's really all I was looking for.
Oh, how long the sword energy lasts for?
Yeah, I know you've written down, which I'm trying to find that. That's what I was trying to do. And I'm just going back to chat because
Yeah.
obviously I didn't paste it
So,
into my Path of the Sword.
so last turns equal to your current threshold of energy plus
Okay.
sharpness aura.
Oh, plus the sharpness aura too, right? Okay.
Yep. And it costs 1. And then if you have 5 energy to sharpness, it lasts for 7 turns. And then you got to re-up it. And it lasts for 7 turns. As you go deeper into swordsmanship, it'll last longer and longer and longer. But it's pretty tiring using sword energy.
Yeah, that's fair. Okay. So we activate it with the bonus. My current pool is 4 out of 5. Lasts for 5 turns.
Okay.
And from this range, I have
You can hit 'em.
5 meters.
Alright.
I go for the swing. Weapon, skill, attack. Is there size? Is he doubles my size? Is there a side bonus increase, or is
Yes.
this
Yeah,
standard?
you can have a plus 20 size bonus.
Okay. So I have 11 sharpness.
You have how much sharpness?
11 sharpness.
Well, no. So when you get the sharpness, is it 11 sharpness aura or is it just 11 sharpness?
It would be
aura each.
one sharpness aura because it's by tens, right?
Yeah, increasing by tens. Yeah.
Yeah, but the amount of total sharpness I have is 11.
I only care about the aura.
Okay, so aura 1.
Well, yeah, level 1 aura. Okay.
Yep. Um,
Any penalty to my defense?
you currently have a minus 100 from Path of the Sword.
All right. I will parry.
Oh, good.
I've parried.
You have parried. Arming Sword activates.
Gasp!
Yeah. Yeah.
You could tell it's been a while since we've had combat.
Yeah.
I was like, I wonder what my character does again.
All right.
How many sessions was it? It was a lot.
Yeah, it was a few. It's a smidge, a couple.
The last time that I think that we saw, well, that all of us saw true combat was, I believe, on Bullet Hell Mountain.
It's been a really long time.
Well, there may have been some times in between that, but it feels very sparse. Like
It was just Liron and I when we were fighting the waves, I think, at the at first checkpoint at the academy.
And then you guys kind of split up and did your own little side fighting.
Yeah. And then it was just me after that. So
Nope. We're in the thick of it now, boys.
okay, so it's 34 felling now on the attack. Bleeding 24, crippling 24, deadly snare 24. Devastating is currently 4, I think. Just devastating too. And the last thing I'd like to, I don't hit, so I'm not going to do it yet, I suppose. But Module Y is activated. And is he snared now as well?
I've successfully parried. So
yeah. So
yeah.
It's only when I'm attacking next. Okay.
You gotta hit him, and then it.
Yeah.
Unless you were attempting to snare his weapon.
I could probably use some narrative points if I really wanted to do that. Let's do a Destiny fragment then. 1 DF used. So for a 5 peak, and then apply within the snare of the weapon to hold him in place.
Hold him or the weapon in place?
The weapon which he's pretty much attached to, right? Is he not like? Yeah.
No, he's very attached to that weapon.
Yeah. So just keeping that now.
Do I roll situation. 1? No.
Okay.
His weapon's snared.
So he's currently at 98 for fumble chance as well. Now that I've done something to him, right? Now that we've interacted, like my sword aura is attached. It's touched his.
Mm-hmm.
Perfecto.
Yep.
Oh, one thing we could think about here too, Matt. I have reach 1 with the sword when this activates. Is that only within that reach? Like, should I be closer to actually be able to use this sword in the first place, or how do you want to do that? Because I can move up far.
No,
closer.
Your swordsmanship allows you to extend the reach of your weapon.
Okay, cool.
As if you're hitting, and if you have a bonded sword like yours,
especially with my fate combined with it, yeah,
it gets the leverage. It's unique aspect at range.
Perfect. Okay, I just wanted to double check. I didn't want to, because we could have done that. It's fine. But all right. So I've done that. I can use another free action to yell back to the guys. Looks like I have ensnared it. What do you want
Oh,
to do,
good.
guys? Come on down.
I'll try to hit it with my sword this time.
All right, Mr. Poe.
Oh.
Mr. Chun of the Po.
I have to remember how far movement. What's half move based on again?
Agility. Agility bonus.
I know it's been a hot minute, but yeah, it's agility.
So mine
Yeah.
should be 8 here. Not 88, just 8.
Remember your key abilities. You might have something that increases your movement, for example. I used the Destiny Fragment. 1d10. Nope.
Okay, so I believe the idea is that I want to get up there. And if I run, I can make it. But
Yes.
let's see. If I don't run, if I charge, if I full. I think. Well, shit. I don't want to just say that I run up there and do nothing, but I'll run to here.
Run is a full action, FYI.
Yes.
So 2 half actions.
I do have one more half action.
You can get in close range with it too if you'd like. You do have the agility bonus to do that. Should be fine.
Oh yeah, yeah. No, I can get all up in them, but like, I kind of at this point I'm just like, let me wait on that.
Completely fair.
See if I can hit them. I have a half action. Would that allow me? Well, let's see. Is an attack a full action or a half action?
Standard attack, half action.
Okay.
If you wanted to do if you just look at the combat actions for offense, you can see them all there.
Standard. No modifier that I know of. I do hit him with my poison sword, but I have no idea if sharpness or also, wait a second, there's quite a bit of swordsmanship stuff that I'm not adding there. I'm not entirely sure what tier 8 sword gives, but I do have it all written down at least.
That's your what?
Your tier 2 sword, you mean?
Tier 2 sword, let's see.
His tier 8
honing
sword
at
relic.
the edges. Yeah, well, no, I was talking about the edges of swordsmanship and going through them, and I'm just like, okay, now what exactly does this entirely do?
+1 sword energy while the user is wielded, +1 sharpness, gain the lethal edge quality against swords of lower tier, gain the unassailable quality, yada yada. And then you also have adds 10% of your unique eaten as flat damage, +1 felling per unique esoteric and other poisons. Devastating 1 from the 9 delusions, 5 grandeurs, mech cultivation, blah blah blah. And then you have sword fog placed near a door or a room. Poison fog will seep in under the door and into the room behind the toxic value equal to 1% of your poisons known to the sword tier. Does harm allies. So maybe not use it right now, but it'd been cool. Maybe would have been interesting as like a trap instead of us moving forward. Like we could have put it down and then like have it come towards us, but the poison's kind of seeping out, so you like walk into the poison and then start getting it. I don't know.
All good. Let's see. Swordsman. Definitely not a sword scholar. Yeah.
You have felling and negatives equal to your sword level.
Yeah, so 8. So he has a minus 80. Or no. Or is it minus 8 or minus 80? I think it's minus 80. Yeah. To defend and suffer, or +1 to felling from say parry or are hit. Oh, does he try to parry that at all?
Oh, your sword swing?
Yeah, because I mean I did
You
swing
can.
at him. Oh, right. Okay, never mind.
Yeah, I currently have the
Yes.
sword.
Yep.
Gotcha. Well, that makes it a little bit easier. Let's see. So I have 8 felling on him. Is that how that? Or wait, no, I have 8. Using the sword path. Nice and defend. And so felling 1 or +1, 2 felling, it's a parry or hit. Is it only ever felling 1, or like even through all of these, or is it felling 8? Because I'm at
They all
8.
add together.
Okay, so it'd be 8.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Um, if I can deal the damage, then I can do that real quick, and I'll use the 9 grandeurs, or is it 9 grandeurs and 5? Oh, second part, or if the second part is grandeurs. Anyways, my poison stuff. See if this will do anything to him at my current state. Not 9 delusions, 5 grandeurs. That's the one.
There you go.
All right. Are you able to hit him from?
That's what I was asking. I ran up, and then I still had an extra half action because I had bought one. I mean, I can be closer to this here from all the way to the back. I can get all the way to him.
Yeah, you ran.
Yeah, that's about where my maximum is, so I can get to him, and then another half action hit him.
Yeah. When you hit him,
Mhm.
your sword bounces off of the energy running across its body, and you're like, "Whoa, okay." But the 5 illusions, 9 grandeurs is not any normal poison. I'm gonna make it. It gets 14 rolls, but they have to be. Unfortunately, none of those 14 rolls. Your poison, the 9 delusions, 5 grandeurs, unfortunately does not infect the sword aura. The sharpness cuts it away just in time.
What about the yin?
I think at this current stage, I can only have 1 poison active at a time.
Oh,
Unless
yes. Yeah, no. I think that was part of your sword aura stuff, if I remember
Yep.
correctly. Yeah. You gotta kind of
So,
choose while you're doing it. Yeah, I gotcha.
unfortunately for now, he resisted this time, but maybe he doesn't next time.
Gotcha.
All right. It's going to use the sharpness aura to cut away the tangle.
All right.
Chun Po,
Yes.
I'm going to cut you now.
Understood.
No, I'm going to give you the boop.
We trained for this, Chun Po.
Is this something that is parryable?
In this case, it is. You can
Then-
parry.
Then using pinnacle art of normal parry.
Yeah, you get the blade in the way. I was
Yep.
going to give you a negative.
Okay.
If you still want to
Um,
give him a negative, you can still kind of bash it off, especially since he doesn't have his sharpness
Oh.
aura yet.
Nope.
Oh,
Normal
yeah.
parry automatically gets the sword in the way, whether it's a good idea or not. Once he declares it.
Perfect.
Is that a bad idea?
Maybe.
All right. You have parried though. He has sharpness aura and sword energy, and you do not. Fortunately, you have got your sword to Relic 2. I'm gonna have you roll a D100. If you roll a 100, your sword breaks.
I hope not. D100, not a 100.
Okay. Your sword groans ominously. It did not like that hit. Next time you parry, it'll be 90 or less. So
Understood.
you can actually see damage start to show on your blade.
Oof.
So it does it again.
I take it on the chin.
What? No.
Your defense. It does have
Uh,
inescapable attack, so you would get a minus 190 to your defense.
I'll just take it.
Hold on. You have other options besides just taking it. Why do you want to just take it?
Because it hurt my sword. It hurt my sword to parry. And that is what the defense I've built. I do have dodge, but if it is inescapable, well, now I'm facing him like a brick wall saying, okay, I'm going to fight you.
I mean, it's inescapable, but I mean, don't you have things for inescapable?
Not exactly. Not that I know of.
I know it's been a while. It has been like a year since you used it last, I'm sure.
Yeah, no, like the thing that I have is like dodge mastery and escape the undodgeable.
Yeah. And what is inescapable?
I'm unaware of what an inescapable actually states. I've
So
never had to look at it.
the degrees of success on my attack, so I have 20 degrees,
Mhm.
turn into a negative times 10.
So
your
minus 200
Yes. And that's either to dodge or parry.
to dodge or parry. Okay. Now I can. If I
Normal
truly.
parry ignores it. It doesn't care
Yes.
because you just
Yes.
do it. And
Yep.
um,
But it hurts my sword.
it hurts your sword. Yep.
Okay.
There are also things that are like teleport. Because inescapable attack as it is worded so it only affects the reaction dodge or the reaction parry, which means you can then upgrade it later to have it affect other defense options. But for now, it only affects dodge or parry. So if you have something else, it doesn't work against those.
Okay.
Your bullet hell mountain inescapable bypass also helps with this too.
Okay. So inescapable bypass, which I'm not entirely sure I actually. Let me see if I have that one because that sounds like something I didn't grab.
You,
Mm-hmm.
the inescapable. I think we
And-
did that with the dodge the undodgeable training that we did before Bullet Hell Mountain.
Yeah,
all
that
of
was
us.
with Vicarious training. And we did have this conversation last time we brought this up.
Okay, I do have inescapable bypass. Tier 10
Yeah,
ignores negative 100 of inescapable attacks. Talents can
Yeah.
be used outside parry and dodge and ignores the first unavoidable quality per encounter. So I just ignore. Wait, no, he already. Well, I parried.
that was fine for the first one. Now, if you wanted to dodge and not hit your sword with the parry, you have that minus 200 is now a minus 100.
Hmm.
And then you have Mastery of Dodge.
Yes.
I think you have mastery dodge because that's how we got
I do.
dodge the Emperor, right? So
Yes.
you should be fine to dodge the attack unless you roll 100 or something along those lines.
Understands. Do I have dodge mastery? Hello, cat. I know I have it. Wait a second. Where the hell is it? Yeah, dodge mastery. There we go. Okay. So this allows you to gain additional bonus skills equal to half the core characteristics of the skills times 10 rounded up. Agility 55 times multiplied by 10 is 50. Okay, so like divided by 2 is 25, rounded up is 30, gaining an additional plus 30 bonus. Okay. Okay, so for myself then, agility is 80, so 80 times 10 would be 800. Or no, 8 times 10 would be 80, divided by 2 would be 40, so I get a plus 40 on my dodge roll. Correct? And I ignore the other negative 100.
Mhm.
So I just roll at minus 60.
Yes.
Dice roll, that's only 15. It's 5 per key.
Yes.
I will spend 3 key to make it 3 key spent to pass. And make that at least a successful dodge. Does that work?
Yep.
All right.
You get out of the way. Nice to do.
So 2 attacks from so far.
Yep.
Might be 2 half actions, not sure.
It's just gonna walk forward.
Oh. Okay.
That's not great.
Oh yeah, that's not great. Do you have another dodge?
Can I use a reaction to jump backwards?
If you want to use an narrative point, yeah.
All right. Would you say? Let's see. Player sheet.
You can move your
Hey.
agility bonus in meters
Agility bonus in meters. Okay.
for 1
Then,
narrative point and a reaction.
all right. Hang on a second. Let me zoom in here. Just get out of the. There you go. Zoom in. And
I don't know where you want to go.
this is as far as I can go from like the edge. So from the edge of my character portrait, that's as high up as I could go.
Okay.
So like,
Go ahead.
yeah. So about right here.
Looks good. That's your agility bonus.
Okay. Yeah.
All right.
So that one reaction, that's yeah, the half, or well, a half action one. Anyways, yep.
All right. And use 3 half actions. Go into Mr. Law once again.
Right. So we're going to do a liberation, and we're going to do a we're going to do just want to look at your offensive things right here. Because it could do an assault, for example. I usually just do half actions with it. So, I say to this creature in front of us, "Well, it's time to have a hot cup of liberty." As I swing my my sword.
Takes 11 billion pun damage.
Did not recover any of my fate currency from that. But I will get an additional 4 hits on it. I'm going to do my assault roll. At a -10. It's just that. It's going to be 9 DOS. Every DOS is an additional hit after the first to the maximum of the attacker's melee bonus. So that is 10 hits, because the first one is the first, and then +9, and then +4, so 14 hits. The first one, I imagine dodge or parry from the assault would be true success, would reduce the amount of hits like we usually do for an assault based thing or multi-hit function. So if you wanted to use some more of his reactions, because it's not the end of the turn for himself, or you can get hit. I guess that's the question.
I would like to parry.
Cool.
Yeah.
It is currently at a -100 still.
Yep.
And you need to beat 9 DOS.
Oh, I have to meet and
Because
beat.
it's an assault. Yeah. Gorgeous. +100 and -100. Excellent, excellent. So you go for the parry. Cool, cool. And then I have an additional hit come off from the 4 extra basic attacks. So here's one.
It'll
Please
parry.
dodge another parry. Perfect. Okay, Matt. This is our 3rd hit. You didn't do one for the second one yet, so this is a 96 or less, and then a 94 or less.
Mhm.
For
What
the D100 for the failure.
No, that's when I'm rolling to do anything, the fumble. So if the
aren't you
dice, even
aren't
if
you parrying?
I did parry.
Yeah,
It's
yeah,
11.
yeah. That's what I'm saying. You're doing an action for parrying,
Yes.
which means you would have to roll a D100, right?
No. I'm rolling the D100 as part of the roll. So even if I succeed with a large number, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I roll the fumble, even if I succeed on the parry, I still fumble.
Yeah.
So it's built into the action. It's not another dice on top of the
It
action.
was always another dice on top. That's how we did it last time when we did the tournament arc.
It shouldn't. I think we kind of went through it. It shouldn't be an additional dice on top of the dice rolled.
I'm just telling you it was, but we can make it just ingrained in the dice roll as well if you want to just do it that way. It's fine. I'm just saying that's how it was.
How it was.
How it
Did
was.
we do expedited combat?
No, it was just every time we went to do a roll, like every time I get a hit, it would stack an additional fumble chance,
Mhm.
and then you do a roll, and then if you went to go parry, for example, like that happens at the
Well, that seems kind of redundant because if say I
that's just the way you did
fail
it.
if I roll into the fumble area with the parry, but then I don't with the follow-up dice, I think we did an expedited combat.
Yeah, it was just the parry. You didn't include the fumble in that, and then you just rolled a D100 after. That's how you did it. There was no initial from your first roll. It was just you roll 100 D100 after. That's how you did it.
That seems like so much extra work.
But like I said, you can make
Yeah,
it so just when you do your first roll, it just gave me a chance. Like, hey, you did something good, and then like, oh, then after the fact, it's like rolling twice, and then it's like the second one, if it's within that range, then you fumbled that first one. So it's fine though.
I think that's a bit redundant.
Okay, we'll do it again.
Oh my gosh, you fumble!
Yes.
Same thing. I might have done something like this, where I have the pre-established, like, I will be able to do it, and I'm just looking for the number.
So that's first one, second one, third one. And fourth one. Okay, looking good, looking good. So so 98, 97, 96. Right. 98. First one. 96, 94, 92, 90. Alrighty. Those are both my half actions, and I did a half action done, and that's it. That's my. I'll do a quick stoke the embers. Reaction used. Plus 10 key. And then I will do it once more because my initial one was subtract 30. All right, off to Liron.
We'll move up with a full move. We determined that your sword didn't do anything to it there, right? I'm gonna attempt to swing on it. A normal swing. So I guess I'll just roll damage. Well, nah. We'll attack it. And that is plus 3. No. That's plus like, yeah. There's my weapon skill against it. And it was under 50. And then let's roll the damage. That's I'll use Shadow Qigong to do 2 hits with it, and use the mental gymnastics to make it into 1 hit.
All right, that's pretty good.
Yep. Plus triple strength. Is it quadruple at this point? Did I get another strength? I think I got another strength. Oh, it's 5 times strength. Okay. Times 10. And I'm assuming this dude has more than low grade armor and defenses, right?
Yeah, it's gonna have a little bit better than that.
Yeah. So there's the damage. Plus like 7 felling. No, that's like plus 10 felling and 8 devastating.
Okay. I
With a
just let
nulls.
you hit it.
Yep. Cool.
A sharp aura of energy rolls across the impact site. Roll me a D100. Don't roll a 100.
Roll
Yeah.
2 ones.
The impact
Okay.
site has damaged your blade a little bit.
Okay. Just want to confirm that I also couldn't hit it.
Yep.
I will back up. You've got
Attack of
this,
opportunity.
fam! Yep.
How dare you? Get wrecked, nerd.
I will spend a Shadow Qigong to turn into a shadow.
Oh, he did
Damn.
he did a reaction. Okay,
Attack of opportunity.
yeah.
Damn. Shadow no jutsu. Who knew? Anything else?
No, I can't really do a whole lot there. Other than starting to pump a bunch of random energy into it. I guess I could do that. That seems maybe like a bad idea. So yeah, that's my turn. You've got this, fam!
Stellar.
Thumbs up.
So I'm at 88 fumble. I am going to do another half action assault. So I guess the question I'm curious about, when I do an assault, as per the wording, it says I do attacks equal to the DOS +1 for the base, right? Does that mean I'm hitting him, which would increase the fumble chance, or is that assault considered 1 fumble?
Oh, every time you come in contact with him on defense or offense, it increases the fumble.
Okay, so I did that 9 DOS, which would have been 10. Does that mean it's 10 hits then?
Yes.
Okay.
That's the power of the fumble.
Alrighty. So we're going to turn that 88 into a 68.
All right.
And then we're going to do a standard attack this time with the liberation attached. But this time I'm going to put in a fate, bone, boon, and tumbleweed into the swing. Yeah, let's do that this time. So here is my liberation roll for you. I have gotten one of my currency back. I shall put that into my fate here shortly. I'm going to increase my shield. And I'm going to do a swing.
Very.
And here comes so that was 68, so 66. Here's the next.
I am the god of parry. Fear
So
me.
that's additional one. Here's this next one.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh. And
Killing it.
you are
Sorry,
the next
I'm in
one.
trouble. I'm killing it, Char. I keep saying Char. Fuck.
Sure.
Char, yep. Lar.
And here's the
Charlar.
next one. Nice.
So we're at 64, 62, 60. Ooh. Right under. What now, Mr. Lar?
I think I'll do the same thing I did last time
It's not
and
Char.
throw a narrative point on that fumble to make it +1 for the fumble chance.
You would. Okay. Well, shucks. Fumble.
Yay!
Yep, it resets.
It does
You get your-
reset.
You get your hit.
I do get my hits. So it's going to be felling. Let's do the total here. Well, let's just do damage, I suppose. I got it here. Let's do an even further beyond. For the damage attached to that, I'll give myself a fatigue. So 3,376, pen 465, and I have a devastating 2 plus 1 from my sword. Gonna have some chicken, Ellie girl?
Yeah. Wait.
No, I'm good, thanks. Maybe I'll finish my turn first, and then I'll have the bite.
Well, the D&D energy.
Ellie! Hello.
Meow.
Oh my gosh.
So I think I got him, but it's not even that completely too, because he also has an additional devastating, so 4 devastating total. And then he has bleeding 24, felling 24, crippling 24, deadly snare 24. Because module Y is still active as I've hit him with a bunch of little blades. Oh,
Yeah, you cut into him, and the aura, your aura versus his, they collide, and you're able to, with sheer strength, cleave through that protected barrier
Mhm.
and cut into a rather flimsy construct.
He just had a big sword energy that was like, can't get past me.
Yep. And an incredible amount of bone and broken sword pieces clatter to the ground in a giant pile. Liron, the screams have stopped. The promise unfulfilled. Just dust, bone, and corroded, rusted iron.
Wow, I knew you had that, fam.
Oh, yes, I did. Now, the question I have, though, did my sword drink from this sleigh, as I've chose not the sharp, unedged, or what was it called?
Basically,
It
there's
wasn't
a clean
clean.
version and a drinking version.
I chose the drinking version. Did I get anything from the sleigh? Is my question, or is there it need blood? Is that how it goes?
Oh, it doesn't necessarily need blood. Let's see. I'll give you a sharpness mote.
A sharpness mode. All righty.
Yep. You need a ton of those for another sharpness aura, but yeah.
Oh, I have my sword. I look at it. It's all kind of like stretched out with the slime and stuff.
Yep.
And
The sword arm that it has still remains. It's a kind of a slagged collection
mhm.
of broken sword tips. So that still remains, but the rest of it
Okay.
just kind of really falls apart.
Well, looks like we have our first success, everyone.
It looks like it. Good job, Lar. Should
Good job,
we
team.
run on ahead and see if we can pick
I
up the scraps of what's going on with the rest of the teams?
abso-fucking-lutely, I think we should.
Liron, how about you throw this inside your special storage ring, and then let's continue.
Okay, I'll toss it in the mirror.
Okay.
We'll examine this later. We must make haste to ruin some other people's days.
I
I
mean,
think we were pretty quick about it, so
yes. I think that's a very good sign. Let's go win.
Yes.
Let's change the music. Since we are moving on, let's do some cryptic.
Sick. All right, I think well, I do see an entrance over there. Let's head to that one first. This way.
Alright, as you guys kind of hustle on over, let's do a bit more of a polygon reveal.
Polygon.
Yes. Bum, 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 bum. Wait, what? How dare ye? Wrong layer.
Oh. It's our teacher.
Yep, they've set up a big carnival tent, and they're sitting on a kind of a beach recliner chair with a drink in hand, watching all of these other people fight in a big melee.
Oh, these people are okay.
I mean, until somebody like runs up to us, I'll walk up to the elder and give a bow. It's good to see you.
Come here.
Yes.
You get a head pat.
Yay!
Instead of racing over, you showed respect first. Good for you. Did the rest of you want a head pat as well?
Oh, of course.
Each of you will receive one head pat.
Oh my gosh, I now have a second head pat counter.
yeah, I think it should be fine. Sword Elder, I appreciate your teachings you've given us over the last 6 months.
Yes,
I don't think I would have been able to get there without you, so I appreciate that.
that's the point of a teacher. And since we've robbed you of your mentors, at least for now, it is my duty to step in.
I do miss my moon, it is true.
Do not worry, it won't be for too much longer. But I do say that in the scale of cultivator years or time. So not too much longer. Could be a decade. Could be shorter. Could be longer. But it shouldn't be more than 50. Unless you're really bad.
Chun Po raises his hand, and if I have a sword that is currently being bathed in moonlight that will be due in 10 years, can I go collect that sword?
Of course.
Okay.
That is also something you should, all of you, let me particularly know. If you have something that you must collect, then
Oh,
we
yes.
will make sure to remain here, or at least make a sojourn to collect it.
We all have something to collect at the same time, actually.
Hmm.
From the same place. It was 10 years from this date, specifically. Says the date.
Wouldn't it be minus 6 months plus the month of the Sword Carnival?
Not this current
the,
date, but the date that...
Yeah.
Yes, as of that date. Yeah, we should really, I don't know, mark that on a calendar or something. How many DTS away is that?
We're quite intelligent. We do remember.
Yes,
I'm
yes.
sure Matt will tell
Zone
us.
1, and you said moon energy. Would it happen to be the cut the moon opportunity?
Yes.
Good choice. I am particularly fond of that opportunity. Speaking of, I'd like to offer you both an opportunity, all three of you.
Oh. And what would that be?
A series of choices. Now, the others, comically, came rushing out of their tunnels almost at the same time and have been fighting since.
Oh.
It hasn't been long, probably no more than an hour. They've changed partners multiple times. It's kind of strange. No deaths yet, but certain people are starting to falter. You could join. You could raid their establishments. Or I could give you private lessons right here.
Oh.
So, what's more important? Free private lessons, raiding their base, or joining the fray?
We haven't talked about
Well,
you told us, Sword Elder, that at the 6 months, the ruins of the other two sections that were not inhabited are gone now, right? We couldn't go and look at those ones, right?
Unfortunately, if you had not run ahead,
Yes.
you couldn't access those. Those have already collapsed, and
Yeah.
we've already repurposed those particular establishments.
Perfect. Well, I know my choice. What about you two?
I'm going to take the lessons.
I believe that I am also going to take the lessons. Elder, if we were fairly confident that we could theoretically, well, there's probably a few in there that I couldn't take with swords, but I think I could kill most of these people.
I am most certain you could, Mr. Poe. Your poisons are rather impressive. The Maestro has been particularly intrigued and delighted at your progress.
I don't want to disappoint, but for now I will also take lessons.
Ah. You'll have plenty of time to fight them, and you also have time to observe potentially who you would want on your team if you were to be the victor, or who you need to kill to make sure that the operations go smoothly.
Sword Elder, I'm fated to meet a Titan. I don't see them here yet. I need to help them with their tribulation, as promised.
Hmm. Well, we will see. They could be in another quadrant.
I suppose maybe we'll see them then. If they're not here, then so be it. We'll find them when we do. Then I just wanted to make sure as Savalair looks around at all the different. I don't see anyone. Yes. All right. Okay. I'm ready.
Yes.
Prepare for a little bit of training.
Kills us immediately. Oh, darn. I tried too hard.
This was the trick all along. Have you learned anything, mortals?
The lesson is to not trust the swords.
As the battle rages on and the grand melee ahead, with 3 onlookers, the Sword Elder gets up, places their drink down on the little portable stool. Time for training. All right. Over the course of about a couple hours, they're going to give you a bit of personal reflection on your current attainments, 2 of which is very unhelpful for Liron and Po. Obviously, get to level 1 swordsmanship or scholar, which isn't very helpful because you know that already.
Still getting there.
Yep. Liron, when you swing your blade, you lack inflection. You lack curiosity. Every contact with another sword should be a delight. Should be a greed for knowledge. You should be seeking something in every contact.
Okay.
Mr. Poe, when you swing your sword, you lack stubbornness. You say, huh?
Yeah. Confused.
Yep. You lack stubbornness. Every contact with another's blade should be a collision of will. It may be because you are still learning about who you are and where you want to be. And when you achieve the level 1 swordsmanship, that will become solidified. You will know. But you are in a kind of questing state of mind, body, and spirit. Even your Tao, which is sliding well towards what you want it to be, is still in a kind of a questing state. But if you want to be a swordsman, like a proper one, shouldn't matter what state you are in and who you collide blades with, your will should be made manifest when you collide with others. You should not yield, and your principles should never be in flux. Also, just being a mean bastard really helps.
Understood.
Still are. There's a warble in your blade, but that might be because of the building failure. At higher levels, you will need to be careful not to let that warble infect your own style. Because that warble is infectious when you collide with others. And it builds and builds and builds until they cannot continue to hold onto their sword or whatever action they were performing. Unfortunately, there's does not succeed. But that could also be inflicted back upon you. That warble could remain in the sword until you also fail to succeed. Unless that is part of the swordsmanship you want to build going forward.
It's more of the cycle of things, I suppose. But at last, I'm still on my path of the sword, and this warble will turn into a break eventually.
Don't let it break yours or you, because that's the power you're building. For now, you're more durable across the board, but eventually, and potentially, your power of break could be more powerful than you if you hone it high enough. Which means you will no longer be able to resist its effects, and it'll apply breakage upon you.
And this is why I am courting a lovely blacksmith that hopefully will forge me into the man she wants me to be, and the man I will be.
I don't know if that's innuendo or if that's wholesome. We'll go with both.
All right.
All right. Before it disappears, one of you should hustle back, collect the construct's weapon.
I already collected all of it into the
Yeah.
ring.
Well,
She doesn't know, I guess.
they don't know.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true.
Yeah, they've been watching with the drink. Make sure that you imbue it with energy. For that is a husk you can develop your weapon energy into. Another sword for the cradle. Now this one is a bit different. This is a trophy sword. I do not recommend building it into a weapon or an effigy other than to display the skulls and the broken blades of the foes you've defeated.
Chun Po raises his hand for the elder.
Yes.
Is a grave unbefitting? I realize these are the losers. Those skulls were us at one point to the people that lost.
Mm-hmm.
Is a grave unbefitting?
Why waste the flesh of a cultivator when it can be repurposed for so many things?
Chun Po, your path is life, is it not? Does life not feed upon the death of others?
So it does. So it does.
Now, Mr. Poe, if you were immortal, you would be given the respect, at least we of the Sword Carnival, would give you the respect of a proper burial with proper rites. But you stepped upon the path of the cultivator. You lose those decencies. You lose those rights in your pursuit for power. Anything is fair game on the path. If you die, do not think your soul is safe. Do not think your body is safe. It will not be buried. And very rarely does the soul actually find rest. Most often, it can't return to the afterlife or reincarnation because it's too heavy. Your soul has been cultivated, and because of that extra weight, you will wander and linger on this plane. Potentially, you might find rest and obliteration as you are destroyed. Or you might find rest in the path's reincarnation if you have enough attainments and enlightenment, and you let go of your resentments. Or you become a wraith, and you plague the lives of others, and feed upon their soul essence to maintain your own, or possess a body. Or you're caught and captured by evil cultivator who plays with souls and makes weapons and flags out of them. Maybe your body's turned into a Jiangshi, a weaponized undead that's able to use the memories of your past life and your cultivation techniques and powers. You would make a good Jiangshi. Mr. Po, poison in your body would be incredible to wield against enemies. Waste
have an
nothing.
Hmm.
Yes, Mr. Po.
I have an idea that I would like to put forward to the group at a different time. For right now, I understand. I believe I understand everything that you are saying and the mentality to approach this with.
You see, most people in their pursuit of power don't understand the consequences of their actions. To cultivators, a straightforward death is the greatest kindness you can receive if you were to fail and falter. Being struck down in a single blow or having a wonderful fight, and unfortunately you falter before they do. And if you are treated with respect by the enemy, that is an incredible way to go. But more often than not, on the path, there are fates unimaginable and far worse than death that await you. That's the price for power. So let's make it so that it's not you who have to suffer those fates.
Agreed.
And that way, when you have power, you may choose to grant mercy unto others, so that you may give them burial rites, or you may allow them to have their soul enter reincarnation instead of captured for all eternity and used as part of some sort of craft. Notice your sword out front, your protector, strong affords mercy. That is what I'm speaking of. Only the strong may choose to grant mercy, or not. Now, I've given you a personal lesson, a bit of guidance. I'm going to teach you something now. I'm going to teach you how to fold.
Like poker fold?
Nope,
Or.
folding your blade, your energy.
Understood.
Laura, you will have a much more powerful understanding because you're a bit ahead, but that doesn't mean the others cannot. You guys can each add swordsmanship, energy folding teachings. You will need this teaching to actually proceed.
Okay.
Yep. Just like a sword teaching, like the two you needed. This is one of the sword teachings you need for the second stage.
Ready.
All right. And in the meantime, we will then. This guy actually perishes. These two I have separated. This guy actually dies.
I guess a lot of these people were taken here without any knowledge of what the Sword Carnival was.
Yep.
Mm.
All right. People start to gravitate towards their.
Why is there a muscle wizard?
That's the best type of person.
Oh, they're leaving.
Yep. They're rushing towards their. Their hovels, but these guys immediately set upon these guys the moment they try to go back to their base.
And we're still in the middle of our teachings, yes?
Yep.
Nobody's going towards our place, right?
Nope.
Okay.
And this is the current state of things. Once your lesson ends, 3 dead. Soon, too soon to be.
I'm assuming thoroughly looted.
Not
They didn't look like they.
quite.
Yeah, they look
But
like they just
their
left.
sword was taken and their spatial rings were taken. But a lot of their armor is still and clothing are still on it.
We could have something on them.
Yeah, I
Yep.
just throw the bodies in for sure.
Yeah, I'll
Okay.
grab those. That I
This
don't
guy
even need to get
eventually
close.
falls to these guys, and same with that guy. These.
I think we should kill these 3 right now.
I agree.
Sublar's been walking over.
Yep. They make quick work of those 2 tired fighters because they've been watching the whole time.
Much like us.
Yep.
Subalair is going to do a Fate and Tribulation aura usage,
Yep.
3 fatigue, to gain some information about these, their fate, and if they're close to tribulation. Mostly, yeah, get an idea of their character. I can then do a Weaver's Eye on them as well as I do some awarenesses and look at
Yep.
them.
So for the swords that these guys have, the guy in the middle, the Yakuza-looking type of guy with the weird hat that's a face and a mouth on it, he has knuckle dusters that are kind of look like Wolverine blades or swords because he's got swords on the knuckle dusters.
Gotcha.
I was expecting a baseball bat with tiny swords, but knuckle dusters are great too.
The individual on the right, the cloaked one in the gray, he has 3 swords. One is a traditional katana, one is a wakizashi, and one is a weird extra long blade, a horse cutting blade.
Yep. Yamamoto?
Yep.
Is that no? That's
No, it'd be. I think it starts with an O.
Wadachi.
Yeah, no dachi. Yeah. And this other person kind of oozes and leaks, and all the droplets that hit the ground corrode the stone underneath and start to pockmark it. They don't seem to have any openly worn sword.
Okay.
As for tribulation, the ooze one has an incoming tribulation, but they are thoroughly. You can feel that the zone will not permit it.
Interesting. All right.
Hello.
Ah, hello, friends.
Hello.
The ooze one is speaking. Hello. You here to gang up on us to remove us as a threat?
Oh no, actually, I was more just getting to know your characters. We need to eventually come together if we really want to become more powerful than the other sections here. So, just seems that you guys are more cautious than the others than just going into the fray, and you made a cunning move. But
Cunning move that has benefited you greatly, as the
Yep.
2 dead people that leave you 3 slots, all right next to each other.
Well, and you see the ooze still trickling out from underneath their feet, and it's already reached the corpses on the ground and starting to eat them.
I'll collect their corpses in the mirror as well.
You're trying to take their kills.
Oh, that might be a bad idea. I did not. Okay, not doing that. But I
You can take
collected
the
the
3
other
in the
corpses.
middle.
Yeah, I collected those when I was walking over.
Okay, but yeah, the ooze is already eating those up.
That might
Well,
be a
are we
bad
gonna
idea.
fight? We're gonna talk. We're gonna discuss swordsmanship. Like, what do you want to do?
Oh, well, why don't we first? You just finished off these guys. Looks like their home, their sanctuary is ripe for the taking. Are you planning to go and take it?
I don't know. Another sanctuary is really. I don't. It's a lot of work. Having one sanctuary already is enough. But we might
But
take their stuff, but I don't really think they have a lot of stuff.
sure,
We'll
I
see.
suppose maybe we'll just go in then, and we'll take it for ours.
Rock, paper, scissors, split the two.
No, we'll go in and see if they have any stuff, but we won't. As a team leader, I don't want another sanctuary. We have enough shit that we have to handle on our own. And you guys are from across the canyon. If you want to overextend yourself that far from your side, because eventually we'll take this place over because we're close proximity wise. But you guys are across the way. To be able to maintain yours and this one, you'll have to cross what? 3 other groups?
A lofty goal.
Yeah. So go for it. Well, you know what? We'll do a quick fleece, and then you can have whatever.
I mean, it is
Unless you
your
want to
kill.
fight. Yeah,
I
it is
was
our
thinking
kill,
about
but
fighting, but it seems like our good friend Larry here wanted to talk.
yeah, it's our kill. But just like the razor bill picking vulture, it only eats the liver.
Hmm.
It leaves the rest for whoever wants it. We'll go in. We'll take the liver. You can have the rest.
Hmm.
We'll make sure you aren't stabbed in the back.
From
By
others, from
anybody besides
yourself.
us.
Well, yeah, I mean, besides us, I mean,
Should always
know,
watch your back.
with the exception of you, Mister Wheat-colored hair. They're pointing at you, Mister Po. I think you
with the
might be a
exception of
little.
me.
You might be spicy to eat. The others, I'm pretty sure I can eat.
To devour and be devoured.
Yeah. Oh, perhaps we should do some introductions. I think that might be.
I think that's polite at this point. I am Chun Po.
You can call me Liron.
And I've already introduced myself as Larry.
I'll fully introduce myself. I'm Ooze Across the Path. I'll return to the primordial soup.
Seems like an appropriate name.
This guy to his right just introduces himself as.
Huh.
The hat's like,
Gotten to the
what
point.
are you looking at, you nitwit? I don't like your greedy, backstabbing, lying eyes. I'll eat them. I'll fuck you up. And he slaps the top of the hat to scrunch it so it stops talking. So it's like. Oh yeah, sorry, the hat's really chatty.
That's all right.
Backstabbing, maybe, but I mean, we said we might. Or sorry, we're not lying. We said we might backstab you.
Yep. And the other one's the Shadowless Prowler.
I'll look to see if he has a shadow.
He doesn't.
Nice.
You do feel something strange about that one.
Hmm.
So, shoo. We got a liver to eat, and
Uh, yeah, I will. Fucking map. Okay.
sorry.
I will stand here
I was just
and
doing
make sure
nothing.
nobody approaches. If that group over by us tries anything, I'm sprinting.
Like back to base.
I guess, yeah. I mean, like I said, like we would guard them while they do their thing, and so they eat their liver, and then we come in and clear it.
Yep.
I can make it over there as a free action. It's fine.
Oh, okay.
Yep. The Lara, once you're done, talking to them so far, the Shadowless Prowler actually there's a copy of them that walks up from the hallway and then walks into the Shadowless Prowler that you're talking to here.
Yeah.
And they just step into each other.
Connect. Yeah.
And he nods. Well, all done.
Oh,
Enjoy. And these two got dissolved.
well, shall we go check it out? Well, I don't think all of us should, I suppose, in case somebody wants to go to our sanctuary.
I think our sword should be fine with it.
Possibly.
I think our protector is much better than theirs. I don't think they would have thought to put so much into those.
Who knows?
Don't worry, I have
Also-
a way we can get back quite quickly.
Sure, but shouldn't we have a scout in case we do need to get back quickly? So there's somebody to know that we need to? Or do we have a way to know that our sanctuary is being assailed?
I suppose, Chun Po, you could go leave your sword by the entrance.
Yes. I think that's a good idea. We'll do that now, right at the entrance. Just
Entrance
leave
to the
my
sanctuary
sword.
itself.
Yeah,
Like over
like
where the
next to
sword
this-
is. Yeah.
The
Oh, like all the way in through the
Yeah, yeah.
hallway.
Ford's
Okay.
Mercy.
All right. Works for me.
Otherwise, I could just see someone. Well, I mean, they'd have a hard time, and it would be fun, obviously, but it would be easier to grab. I think just by the entrance there.
Okay. The the hallway down there, they have barely done any sanctuary work. It looks like they did finally and eventually carve their way out of those isolation cells.
Mhm.
But they have not even established level 1 sanctuary. And it looks like the other group took all the husks.
So did it take the husks? All right.
There's pretty much nothing in there.
As expected, the liver was.
Maybe it just looked like that. I'm gonna probe within the walls.
That
Also-
hyper dense stuff, like there's definitely going to be stuff in the sanctuary the
just like
area.
ours. Right?
Just
If you
like
dig
yours.
down,
Mhm.
Yeah.
Yeah, and if you start cutting away into the walls, there's probably going to be a ruins, and there's definitely loot up and down, just like yours. But you guys decided to get out of your isolation cells and actually build a base.
Hmm.
The only thing I could think of is I could use my. I'll use my eyes right now to look around, see where the ruins might be on this base.
Too dense.
Too dense. Okay.
Yeah.
I was just thinking we could take some time to study it and then figure out where the ruins is. Take that away from their opportunity next door, and then have our own opportunity. When we get back. And then with my sense to know if someone's entered the sanctuary, for my layer ability, I could then get us back immediately. That we could deal with any enemies that might pop into our sanctuary. So there is that option if we wanted to take here some time to survey this place and look for the ruin that might be attached. Start busting the walls. I suppose I could do as well. Start breaking them.
Yeah, just cut your way through if you want to spend some time. Just if you use sword energy, the wall comes apart rather easily.
Right.
Sure
That's
enough.
up to you guys, though. If you think it's a good idea, we could do that. It allows us to take the initiative, and I feel like the guys you were just talking to are going to be one of the biggest adversaries.
So
Of
taking
this
a
section.
ruins before they can.
Yeah, might be
Be good.
beneficial because they're going to have. It's really nice that they're literally right beside it. It was a good thought on their part. It's like, let's go for the guys that are right next to us.
Well,
I
yeah,
mean,
there's
we
only two of them
maybe want to do
there.
that as well, but I think
Well-
the other guys are already gone.
Well, I believe the other guys are also already gone, but for us,
Or are they just waiting?
our next door neighbor is 3. They had a guy with 2 and they took him out. Everything that we have to do is 3 solid units.
We don't know that.
And
They were
you're
all
not
fighting for a
sure
while.
there's more because there was one group that had 2 when they ran away, and they were reinforced by somebody further within.
Sure. I think it's like
So-
up to 6 or 8 that it could be, but I don't know if it's a different layout for any of these.
I think it's all the same, but just some people survived, some people didn't. Like ours, we only had 3 out of the 8. We had 5
yeah,
blanks.
We could go for the ruin here and just assume that nobody else is going to take another sanctuary right now. And even if they
Especially
do,
with how underdeveloped some of these are. There
Yep.
are probably going to be maybe 1 or 2 at best that are as competitive as you guys are on the sanctuary.
yeah, but if they are, then that means that they're prepared
Mhm.
to defend it, which is
Yeah. I'm going to give you guys 2 options. One, we can go for this ruin and then
we should
save
go
a
for
ruin
this
for
ruin.
ours. And the second one would be get you guys up to sort of level 1, and then we could try different things. But
There's
that's
also
This ruin isn't going to be an option if we leave it now, though.
I'm with you there. That's my thoughts. But what were you saying, Matt?
you still haven't unlocked your ruins, and you don't
Correct.
know what it takes to actually clear one. Remember?
Correct.
Yeah, we do.
Oh,
We have to.
Well, you haven't
we
done
have
it,
entered
so-
all the rooms and clear out any hostile things, or clear out any activated hostile things.
yeah. And there's usually a sword teaching along the way that we can find within.
But if you guys want to go try and get into the ruins, could.
Yeah, I think we should try to get into the ruins that are hopefully near this, but also the Elder Sword said that it was strange that we had a ruins that completely blocked off the area around us. So we don't
It
know
was
if
so
there's even
close.
yeah, we don't know that there's a ruins close to this.
You might be cutting for a while.
And there are certainly more ruins in our sanctuary area as well, or rather like accessible from there. So it might not be a good idea to look for something we don't even know is there.
Okay. How
But
about
we could.
I mean, I could try breaking around, right, and see if there's something there, or we can go directly back, get you guys up, and
Begin an assault on the muscle wizard's place.
Also, Lar, with your eyes,
Mhm.
did you use the any of other special eye powers to look at those guys?
I used my Eye of the
Uh,
Weavers to look at them. Yes, I just didn't
okay.
do any rolls. You didn't ask, so I didn't.
Eye of the Weaver lets you see character sheets, right?
Pretty much, yeah.
All right, good. For the ooze person, gonna be a minus
Yeah.
100 roll.
Okay.
For the middle guy, it'll be minus 50, and for the other guy, it's minus 250.
The shadow guy?
Mhm.
Or the
100,
not shadow guy?
150 and 250, yeah. Shadow's Prowler has a minus 250 to read their sheet.
Could be
minus
because of
100
it's powerful or because he's shadow related.
Oh, he's a ninja.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Ninja. The weakest, but also unreadable.
Even further beyond kind of helps negate that a big minus you put on for that, and then I rolled an 18. So
Yeah.
so 19 degrees.
For which one do you want
That
to know
was
about
that was
first?
Shadow's Prowler.
So
the
I did the
250 is the-
I did the minus 250 roll first. That's the first guy. That was the shadow one that you asked.
Shadow's Prowler is a Diplomancer.
Yep.
Also, they
Okay.
do have a shadow. It's a familiar they can control to kill your shadow.
Yep. It's good to know.
They have incredible stats across the board. Reinforcements across the board are all 7s.
Really nice.
Yeah. The swords they carry are actual swords. They're good swords, but they're not their sword, not the real one. They have a blade that cannot be seen.
Gotcha.
You might be able to see the hilt, though.
When you say cannot be seen, that's
Not by the normal eyes.
yeah.
With your eyes, you'll be able to see the polygons. But
yeah.
It's a blade that cannot be seen by normal eyes.
Yeah. Gotcha. Cool. All right.
Yep.
Let's do the minus 100.
They are a level 3 mountain climber.
Really cool. Yeah,
Yep.
they just got taken away, but they were already tribulated. Okay, so they're going to be
they
definitely
volunteered.
Yeah.
Because they seem to understand sanctuary and stuff, whereas I'm assuming a lot of the captured people wouldn't.
Yep. And the Shadowless Prowler has killed all 3 of his mountain tigers.
Gotcha.
The other guy, he is also a level 3 mountain climber. He has killed 2 of his tigers. He hasn't yet fought his third.
Okay.
He is a brawler of the most silly sorts. Anything is a weapon for him. As long as it's not a real weapon.
Yeah.
And the more ridiculous the object is, it could be a weapon, but if it's really impractical and rather stupid to use, he can apply his energies to it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's absolute brawler. The hat, it's not just all talk. It does provide him with a significant detection. It also can cause emotional damage.
Gotcha.
Yep. It also it can counter or at least fight back against the art of shit talking.
No. Have an epic rap battle.
Yep, epic rap battle. He is also surprisingly durable, like Chun Po level durable.
Okay. Is that
Not
all?
just health, but natural armor, grit, regen, and soak. He also has a critical health bar of 200 instead of 10.
Okay.
The Ooze guy is a peak mountain climber that's killed all of his tigers and ate the Tiger King.
Okay. That's why he hasn't gone through tribulation yet. I was wondering what type it was. Okay.
They can't.
Yeah.
Because they're not in the right zone.
Yeah. Okay. Good to know.
The zone suppression is absolutely pressing its hand down like, no, stay.
Yeah.
Their character sheet is in constant flux. Things constantly shifting, stats shifting, numbers moving around, skills moving around.
Very much in
Skills
nature,
getting
magic
consumed
user.
or destroyed.
Oh,
Certain
yeah.
skills just popping up.
Okay.
Their health bar is a question mark.
Good to know.
This swordsmanship thing that they have, it's if you were to view their character sheet as a vat of acid or ooze, there's a lot of stuff that they're using that just kind of float and bob on the surface of the ooze. And they've picked up sword energy recently, and it just kind of bobs and floats on the very top.
Gotcha.
It doesn't sink or settle or absorb, or it's not destroyed, but it doesn't mix with their sheet very well.
As we've learned from, Chun Po, for example, with his poison, it doesn't mix very well. It's kind of its own unique thing. Otherwise, you don't get to really use it. Okay.
Yeah, as well.
Yeah.
But that is a really durable set of contenders.
Yeah. Definitely our nemesis for the zone or section. Like, we won't call it zones, call it our section of within. Yeah.
These are just the first people that we've seen. The other guys went in and got hurt, and one of them died already. But there could be just as strong guys in the other area.
Yep.
But these were also the only other people who didn't fight.
True.
Yeah,
At least.
everyone else was fighting, hacking at each other for quite some time. Only 3 died, and then these 2. So 5 contenders down, 1 sanctuary down. Yeah, there's a lot of contenders left, but not unmanageable.
Especially if you start a union.
You could.
Somehow feel like the maestro would just be like, nope.
We demand guaranteed points. Overtime. A seniority-based system
if you
for
make it to
gaining
become a full
points.
member of the troop, you are given a salary.
Nice.
As long as you perform your duties for the troop, because you are a salaryman.
Yep.
Demand all you like. I have already foreseen
We're going on strike.
death. That is what
Even
you will
death
receive
cannot
for
hold
striking.
back our unity.
No, you said you're going on strike? The training hall's over there. Strike better. And if you don't, you will receive my strikes. Achha!
Yeah, and immediately just death.
Yeah.
So we'll head back, both get our sword energy level, or our sword path tier 1 finished, and then go to our ruins. What's the plan?
Yeah, let's get you back on your map. Well done, guys. 20 merit. I'll put it in the chat.
Sick.
Yep. As you also have found out, your elder has their own theme song.
Are we sitting at a total of 716?
I've got 773.
Mr. Po, falling behind.
I'm looking at a different one, or like not my Excel sheet one. I think my Excel sheet one is a little bit more up to date. Back to home page.
Double check.
Where'd you get the extra
Lar.
2 from? That's what I'm wondering.
Puppies.
Puppies.
Everybody got the extra 2.
Was it? I didn't see, my bad.
Yeah. Come on. Duh.
It's funny.
Okay, 751, so 771 is where I'm sitting at. Never mind.
Yeah, from that extra 20. Yeah.
That's
You
more
were
accurate.
able to jump up here yesterday.
Now that feels like it hurts my legs.
You're getting bigger. You're getting big. Don't eat the microphone.
Go forth.
And finish sword training.
Yep.
And then we need to get our reinforcemements up, it turns out. Though those people are probably, I mean, they're a lot further along in cultivation than we are.
Yeah,
So,
they're a whole realm ahead of us.
well, one is right at the end of it. So,
Yeah.
but that also means that in Zone 1 we can get to the end of Mountain Climber. And we should probably
Well, they're not
start
able
working
to
on that.
express the cultivation difference of Mountain Climber.
Yeah, there are zone suppressed at the end of the day.
Yeah, so
Yeah,
they're
that is
still
true.
max color rank, but they have the attainments, the wisdom, and like just the experience of mountain climbing.
Mm-hmm. Which is significant. Though one of the people was doing one of their mountain climber tribulation in Zone 1, which I guess he was color rank until then. So
Yeah.
He was able to get the tribulation, but it immediately becomes suppressed.
okay, but 2 realms is not possible in Zone 1. It turns out. So at least
Well, you can't
maybe
even
not
cultivate the mountain climber
in Zone 1.
in Zone 1. Like, it's suppressed. You can't actually progress up that unless you're in Zone 2, which means they've been to Castle Kalkan. And they came back to checkpoint 4, Zone 1. And then got kidnapped.
Or volunteered, because again,
volunteered.
they have Sanctuary. We already had prior knowledge of what we were trying to do here. So okay, I am going to the training area to finish out my last 800 of swording sword McSwordings and
Your last 800 sorting?
yes, my last 800 sorting. Mm. Oh shoot! I didn't put the higher stages for my Path of the Sword recorded. I'm gonna have to scroll up. That's annoying.
Now, are we locked back in here, or now that we have access to the area where we all converge, is that
Yeah, we can go back anytime. Yeah, if we wanted to go fight stuff. Yeah, it's not locked off again.
okay? Should we?
Yeah.
Did we
People
ever
might
get
also
a?
just show up.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Just people that might start showing up.
They may not do anything, because they may just show up and be like, oh, fuck, they have a door.
Yeah, scout kind of deal, right? It's
Yeah.
Oh fuck! They have a door. Oh fuck! They have a poison sword seeping in around us. Let's leave.
They have a menacing sword out front of the door. Menacingly.
Yeah, I'm 19,160 of 20,000. Okay. And you said your lair was giving us better stuff for sword, or is that just for sword energy related stuff?
just for sword energy.
Okay.
Like when you collect the energy and then fold it, for example. That's something that would come into account for.
Well, if I succeed at 4 rolls, I get this. So let's just do a little bit of a DTS. I guess it is 1, 2, 3. I need 1 more. 4. Okay. I have made it to 20,000, and I have 3 DTA in this DTS, which I guess I will gestalt some strength training, because I am.
You have your Your sharpness.
Yes, I have my sharpness. I have to spend a DTS consolidating that though. So
Mhm.
I haven't done that quite yet, as I still have 3 actions left in this DTS.
I think the
Get your
Aura of
gains on.
Sharpness needs to be primed now. Is that the only thing that's left?
Yeah, and I learned how to do that from you.
Yep.
When you were imbuing the sword. Just by examining the echo that you put into the blade. And then I didn't have enough training. Which is sad. But yeah, we'll just roll another 60, 100. No ones. Okay. And then, so I'll be doing 2 DTS total. The next one is consolidating and priming my sharpness. Oh. Ah!
Surprise.
Surprise, motherfucker.
Yeah.
Mother trucker. Alright, running down the sword path, the excited edge. Sword enlightenment in lieu of sword teachings. So you're basically coming up with your own teachings at that point. Okay. If I use the sword enlightenments in lieu of the sword teachings, can I then teach other people those teachings? Or is that just a replacement for myself?
Replacement, but as a scholar, you probably could.
To learn the teaching?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yep. Since it is a teaching, yeah, you could probably end up going, I've learned this. Some people may look at you like you're crazy. Some people may look at you like you're a genius. Some people will be like, I don't understand what you're saying.
Sure. Like, we'll understand better. Here, let me explain it to you mathematically. That'll explain everything perfectly.
Yeah.
Stares blankly black.
This is a mechanically perfect way to do swordsmanship.
Let me show you the math. It's great. Look how pretty it is.
I hate math.
You'll hate it even more when it kills you.
No!
Sword energy max threshold. What is my max threshold? And how long does it take to fold your sword energy? Or did they, like, when they were teaching us about sword folding, did they make any recommendations as to when would be a good time to do it?
Very important.
So I folded my energy after I
Broke it.
did research on how to do it, and then I did a week's worth of progress. Downtime scenes, like I was cultivating. Sorry, if I was like consuming a pill, like a cultivation pill.
Mm-hmm.
And then after that week was done, I folded my first sword energy.
Yeah, you do need some energy. You do need to remove impurities from your energy, then
Yes.
fold. And then you also need to let it sit and settle so it doesn't form layers and completely mixes. And then you should go test it out. See if it's brittle or too flexible or all the different things. Because you can have a very clean energy, but it's not
Useful.
folded right.
Yeah. Okay. Okay. So once I have the sword energy consolidated, I do want to try something then. So I want to put my sword energy through the Taiji circle while folding it to in order to purify it.
Again, you're not sure what purify means. In the teaching, though, purify is not absolutely pure. Purified is specifically tailored per person. Because impurities to some are an absolute must for others.
Like Chun Po, probably.
Mm-hmm. For the energy, you want to keep your elements and your Tao out of it until later. You can put your attainments into your weapon only when your blade actually can withstand those. But there are certain things you do want to keep, even if they look like impurities.
So the Taiji circle wouldn't get rid of anything; it would just split it apart, right?
That it would return it to Taiji, yin yang, which would be a very pure way of, in the most dictionary sense.
One option you could do, Liron,
Hold them back
is
together.
use your. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay. One thing you could do is you could use your sword and kind of figure out the sounds of the energies from the sword energy that you can utilize, and kind of pick out which is which. And then after you have that, you can use the utility aspect of your character to be like, hey, I'm gonna just not have that. I'm gonna break that sword energy sound or whatever it is, and
Sure. So I guess I should study my sword energy a bit more, and then I do agree that I can make it resonate better with my sword, or with swords in general, by doing the math and figuring out how I would need to
Well, you now have
either
another
remove
sound.
energy or fold it.
Sword energy.
Is that a esoteric?
Mm-hmm. Which
Okay,
is nice.
okay. And knowing that means, yeah, then I can study that at that point.
Yep. This is really nice. Like, that was a lot of work. That was a lot of build up. You finally got there. You can feel the energy roll across the blade in hand, and it feels good.
Good.
When the Sword Elder mentioned accumulation of power, there's been no better representation of power than this so far. This is actual power.
Here's our layer bonuses, guys, by the way. So layer shaper pretty much it really only helpful for me. But if I roll a 79, I can sort for later.
That's good.
We do for the convergence engine stuff.
Mhm.
And
And you can also score 100s right now too.
Yes. Yes, I can. The overlay onto the sanctuary pretty much means that the layer is attached to the sanctuary, but it also doesn't go past what we have currently. So it's kind of like integrated. The next one is permission based. So Sava layer pretty much it gives you both permission for the layer. And the next one after that is cognizant, which means I can know if anyone's pretty much entered the layer. So like, hey, we're off doing something. Someone has entered your layer. We come back. And then the last but most important and the biggest bonus of them all is the plus 20 sword energy progress. And Matt can kind of explain how that would work when it comes into play and stuff. But
It'll be pretty straightforward. All your lovely progress bonuses give you zilch towards energy accumulation. You get your base value 1 for being a swordsman or a sword scholar. And you get a base value equal to your swordsmanship level. So 1 for you guys. You also get +1 for each of your aura levels. And that's it. So when you sit there and you cultivate, and you try and absorb the energies, you have to use external factors, such as an environmental bonus, like if you're sitting next to a geological feature that is emitting this energy, you'll get a bonus. Or you can use sword nurturing crystals to increase this bonus. Lar has cheated for you all.
I got you,
You
fam.
now have a flat 20 bonus to each roll, which is...
And does that get
Hello.
multiplied by our various
It
abilities?
does not.
Okay.
So, lore-wise and functionality-wise, this is a part of cultivation called energy accumulation.
Mhm.
The energy accumulation process is based off of availability of energy, how fast you can absorb the energy, and unfortunately, the progress for learning something or attaining something, or even if you're a genius, and
If the energy's not there, then the energy's not there.
correct. And that's where you're going to run into problems. Lar's layer overlay is what is considered a bountiful space. Bountiful spaces are supposed to be really, really rare in the game. You'll find them a more commonplace in the heavenly realm, and they're all but never in the cosmic realm. If there is a plentiful space, it's either harvested quickly or somebody's sitting on it, and an entire group is built up around that plentiful space.
Sects are based off of this, like a hidden
Yes.
realm in a sense. Like, you only they have access to those things.
So
I'd imagine
Lar,
the bountiful. Oh,
yeah,
sorry.
Lar has built a medium tier bountiful space. So the amount of energy you guys can accumulate is pretty nuts. So to give you an understanding, a low grade sword nurturing crystal gives you +1 to a single roll.
Mhm.
A medium gives you 5, and a large one, or a high grade one, will give you 15 for a single roll. Lar has given you +20 to every roll, in addition to your base values, in addition to any additional crystals you use. You have been cautioned by the Sword Elder, don't go too fast. Wealthy groups have a problem with this specifically. Because wealthy groups, they can throw money at it and buy a bunch of crystals and just put them in a room with you while you cultivate and close doors and just say, spend it all. Well, if you go too fast, you will absolutely screw up this step. So,
Temperament.
yep. So they do caution on make sure you have purified the energy and make sure it's purified to your attainments, your resonance, so to speak. So the energy knows you and is not completely devoid of any essence of you. Because you can unfortunately dissociate the energy you're folding from yourself if you make it too pure.
We can
Should
still
be
go a whole
clean.
lot faster than other people because we just get a chunk of energy and you temper all of that.
Yep. So you won't have to. You will be much faster in the accumulation of energy stage, giving you plenty of time to make sure that all of the other nuanced parts are correct. Because you guys don't have to spend a ton of time energy accumulation.
Yeah. So it's like a 20 to 1. Only one of actions get us the 20 or plus whatever, and then we can use all that extra time to refine it and then turn it into something that we actually can utilize.
Po, is that you moving
No,
around?
that's William.
No, that's the puppies.
Oh, William.
No. That's the other one.
They have tried to consume my microphone. Sorry.
Oh, the puppies.
good.
Yeah,
Yeah.
those puppers.
I was about to say, I'm just like, I don't think it's me.
No, it's not Chun
I know
Po. It's
exactly what
William.
it is.
It's not the character. It's the player.
Why would Chun Po have a microphone? That's crazy.
He's a up and coming K-pop star.
Oh.
Sings his heart out. Talks about love and kindness in the universe, but
It's
also
all directed
destruction of my enemies.
towards puppers.
Distraction of my enemies. Wait. Get back here.
I don't wanna.
They don't. I'll just let them do whatever they want. Ugh.
They're already getting heavy, aren't they?
They were 14.2 pounds at 2 months, and then I don't know. They're a lot bigger than a week ago. I don't know how much they weigh now, though.
What?
Daughters.
They're bigger?
Yeah, they
My
grow.
little girls, they found 2 kittens that had like it's some sort of, I think it was a respiratory infection or it was allergies or something, but their eyes were like having a hard time and they were wheezing, and we've been nursing them back to health with some homemade antibiotics. And when I say homemade antibiotics, it's just regular antibiotics, but we didn't want to go to a freaking vet, so and we've like
How they been
split them
doing?
up. They've been doing very well. They've been healing. The kittens are looking much better than they were, and it's just like, okay, not. I don't have to bury dead kittens because we couldn't heal them. It's good. It's a good time.
Good. Okay, so I have consolidated that. Poe also is probably going to want to do stuff
Yes.
of a
It
similar
is.
vein.
Yeah, that is a must. And we are going towards stage 9. Just grinding. Also, are we at like? Will the elders still visit us in 6 months, or is there another thing in 6 months, or
They didn't tell us when they would be visiting next.
and the
Or
way
what's
is
coming next.
open? Yeah. Okay. So, how far ahead of you, Liron?
I just spent 2 DTS. I'm not even a day through.
Okay.
I just wanted to get that sorted, and then we'd figure out progress after. Well, you have a lot more progress to make, don't
Yeah,
you?
no, I have 2 stages to do, like, or a
Ah.
stage and a half.
So I guess we should have you do that to figure out how much time we're spending before going into the ruins.
Yeah. Sword training. Okay. 945 out of 14,000. I have all the catalysts I need. Okay, so, and I get 5 times. Oh, hell. We get +5, so I get plus 27 per success. And then let's see. If I'm training, it's just weapon skill, and if I'm in the training room, what is it? I get. Is there a bonus in the training room?
It's
There should
+5.
be.
+5. Well, that's the
Everyone,
progress.
right?
I mean, to
Oh, to rolls?
yeah.
No, I don't think we focused on pluses to rolls at all. Basically,
Um. Then just straight. Let's see. I'm gonna do a whole day. It'll be 21. And here's the first one. Oh, damn, good roll. So / or 20 D100 less than 86. 18. Oh, there's 100. So
Oh, it's okay.
it gets eaten.
No. Are you
Yeah,
in
it
the sword
does.
cradle?
Savalair, but
Oh,
is
it's in the sword
currently
cradle, yeah.
not
Ah,
able to
Savalair is
move.
in the sword cradle. He does get eaten.
Okay, cool. So it's I don't get
You-
that negative then. Sweet. So that's 19
So the roll
times 27.
disappears, which means you don't
Get
as if
progress.
the
We
roll
don't
never
lose
happened.
progress.
You still
Oh.
spend the DTA, but you don't lose progress.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. This is gonna take me a while. That's a whole day, and that's plus that, which journal, scroll, solar.
Matt, can you move me and my sword to the nursery? I can't move my character without also moving the fucking.
Oh,
Ah, yeah.
how did that happen?
Cool, thanks. I'm just going to remove these. I think it's fine.
This might take me like another month or two.
Yeah, that's why I figured we should figure out.
Is there any way that you guys can,
Expedite it?
well, not so much expedite it, as not even that, just a level of, hey, if Chun Po only does this and is just training and is stuck in the training room for a while, you guys gonna be okay?
Yeah, there's a bunch of training that I have to do as well. I just needed to figure out how long you're
Gotcha. Let's see.
spending on
It
this.
shouldn't take you that long, honestly. Like, you should be okay to do it within 2 weeks, I'd say.
Yeah, let's try 2 weeks, see what happens. So 14 days times 21 DTS, or DTA, technically. Let's see, 14 times 21.
Also, any ones that are going to increase your weapon skill, so make it more likely, I think.
Yeah. So 294. So up slash R 294 D100 less than 86 and 254. There's a couple of ones in there. There's a couple.
I see it.
Oh shit. Okay, hold on. There's a 1 and 100 right next to each other.
Ooh,
Oh,
I could
that's
recruit that. I need that.
Gotcha.
I'm probably training. Actually, yeah, I'm still going to be in there doing strength training.
I'll choose not to take the 100 as stated by the wording, and go for it. I will
More
take the other
data.
3 though.
Okay. So you will lose progress from that 100.
Okay.
But I want it
Okay.
to exist.
Cool. That's fine.
And do remember that you double your progress when you get ones. So these 100s are not going to take away from your progress.
I'm matching them up with the ones. So there's one.
Like I said, the 100s aren't going to. You don't need to match them up because I'm taking them away.
Okay, you're taking all of them away?
Besides
the
the
one?
1 in the 100 there, that there's
Yes,
a
that's
1
fine.
in 100. I'll keep that for you.
Okay. Then, so ignoring the other 100, so that one, that does take away 1, so 244. Well, hang on. Is there something special that's going to happen with the 1 in 100, Liron?
It's more data points for my luck, fortune, and like fate research that I'm doing.
But for me, that 1 in 100 right next to each other would cancel out.
Yeah.
Okay, so I don't have to worry about it. That grants me an additional 1. That one
But
grants
that
me
one
an
is still going to
additional
give you a D for weapon skill.
Okay. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Okay. 64. What's my stars? 64. If that's okay, Matt?
No.
Yes.
Never. Let's see what I got. 14. Damn, that's not bad. I'll take that.
Are you at the weapon skill cap yet?
I believe so.
So that just goes to another physical stat.
Goes to a physical well, most of my things have been capped. I've hit Well, nope. Hold on. I wrote this down somewhere. Weapon skill is not at its full cap, but so 4 of that will go there. That brings that to 90, and then I don't want ballistic skill. Toughness, though, I can get a whole nother 10, so I'll do that one. That brings that to 90. Okay, there we go. Okay, and then 200 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 in total. So 250 successes times 27. 250 times 27 yields 6,000. 750 plus the what I just had. 1458. 8,000. Up. Delete that. It's 8208. Okay. And we're there. I want to go through some of these numbers. Let's see. I can get 5 per key. Do I reset key per day?
Only when you rest, and you haven't taken any rests.
Okay, never mind. Yeah, I do have some keys still. Let's see. Let's pass. Anything more than an 86, that's not quite. 5 there. So, 1. Maybe 2, 3. 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay, I will spend 5 key in total. That drops me down to basically none anymore that I can use. 5 key in total to get me 3 more successes.
I am the cuteness. Fear me.
Did you hear her squeaks? Is that what you heard?
Yeah.
She loves that squeaker so much.
Yields.
Look at you, my starry night. What are you up to?
I put on clothes.
Good job, Valley Girl.
And to get 3 more successes. And bam. 800.
God damn it. Look at those mighty neat rolls, my perfect ones.
Yep. You were so productive those days. I would assume.
Jesus.
You only got to 82, 89. That was 2 weeks that you did?
It was 2 weeks and some key spent. It gave me roughly 6,000 with that roll. There were some very good rolls in that.
It's going to pretty well average out, I think. How many ones did you get? 14, you said?
How many ones did I get? I think I got like 8. No, I got 6 in total.
Yeah, 6. I think that's actually below average. Because that's, let me see. 6 times.
6 is not below average for 94 rolls.
Oh, it's 294. You're right.
Yeah.
Never mind. It is double the average.
Yeah.
So let's see, another 6,000. I'd like another 2 weeks, and I think I'll get to stage 9, and then another month or 2, and I should reach stage 10 and become an actual swordsman. So I would say like another 2 weeks for me to complete it, and then I probably have 2 to 3 months that I need to get there.
But you do have time now. You do have time.
Did anybody come to the door within those 2 weeks? Well,
Not to knock on the door.
okay. I was about to say, I'm just like, if we get like invaded while I'm doing stuff, just let me know. I guess I'll I'll stop
Did
what
any
I'm doing.
people like probe our area?
There has been, if you consult Sword Out's front, several people who have walked up, looked at the door and the sword in the front, and went, "I'm gonna make a note," and they turned around and left.
They're like, right.
Huh,
Not
well,
yet.
bye.
I see what you have there. Goodbye.
What? They have a
Man, we're gonna be like, we're so awesome, and then they're just like, maybe we should get a
No, you
door.
guys are really weird because you have not cut your way out of the containment cells.
Oh yeah,
It is
they're all
freaking-
sealed.
They're all still sealed. All 10 of them.
Right, I need to go and feed my
Yeah.
bugs. I don't exactly want to cut that one. I want to leave it sealed. That's a perfect little
Yeah, we want to leave them all sealed. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, it takes a little bit of time to get in and out of those, but
And I have to be there to do it.
yeah.
at the same time, if somebody walks up to like the isolation cells are still sealed, that's a sword at the end of a hallway with a rock moved in the way as a makeshift door. This is super sus.
It's like I don't want to go any further. This looks like a trap. This has to be a trap. It's a trap.
Yeah, well, that's what you guys have.
Yep.
It's a trap.
Like this does not look like any of anybody else's things.
There's just us laughing inside our place behind the door, just like, oh yeah, we're just, winning.
We put a rock and a sword. Boom. Rock sword.
Hell yeah.
Other people will also study what you guys have done and maybe even replicate something.
Well, they can't replicate the not having cut out of their cells.
Yeah, that one. I'm just like, you
Or
guys
maybe
already
they assume
did
that we rebuilt the cells afterwards.
But
Or
why?
you guys are just really weird.
Yeah.
Why are they doing what they're doing? I don't know. Just don't look at it too hard.
It'll cut you if you look at it too hard.
Ugh. Yeah, well, your defender sword would absolutely try. Fight me. I don't want to.
You look
Also,
at me
how would
alive,
you
you
fight?
better be
You're an
strong.
effigy.
Yeah.
I'm an effigy that can fight.
Out.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm gonna go ahead and do another 2 weeks then. Try to get that. That was the full 2 weeks is 294. So just scroll back up. Skadoosh. 260. Another 1 in 100 right next to each other. Oh, and another one.
Oh my
You want those?
gosh.
Another 1 in 100? Yes.
I have a 1 in 100 and then a 100 and a 1.
I think those are the same for my study, but
Okay.
I'll take all of those.
You have a look at both because now you have I am succeeding so well into the biggest flop you could possibly get as a result, and then you're like, oh, this is just the worst day. I can't get anything right. Everything that can go wrong goes wrong, and then everything goes right that can go right, and you're like, what a turnaround.
I've got a whole lot of data on that point.
You're noting the ones you are taking for Sword Enlightenment as well, right?
Yeah, because you get sword enlightenments for each of those.
Oh dear. Okay.
Yeah.
Hey.
If you've reached a certain stage in first level swordsmanship,
Yeah, you're on 9,
roles
so-
give you stuff.
Okay, so I don't have to keep track of that yet.
I mean, you're at 9.
Yes. Well,
should-
I think I should be reaching 9 at this point.
Yeah, I would go back, look at your Path of the Sword. I think it's 7. And you've been getting them ever since. But good thing there's chat logs, so you can just go back and see when you completed one, and then you could go like, "Hey, I rolled a 1 here. I rolled a 1 here." Right? You could do that.
That's fair. What does Sword Enlightenment grant?
Just in general.
So in,
Yeah, like we're rolling ones, but like what does that do for Sword Enlightenment?
Well, I'm just double checking because there is.
Yeah, I can read it. I apologize.
'Cause I don't think
sword,
it's when you roll ones. I could be wrong.
It is when you roll one, Matt.
No, it's not when you roll. It's when you
Yeah.
spend.
No.
Where? Johnny. Oh, swordsman, stage 6.
Yeah.
Ones rolled in sword training grants sword enlightenment and endless training vessel.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So it's level 6. So yes, all the ones you've
So
rolled
it's-
since you've attained level 6 gives you a sword enlightenment whenever you roll one when training. When training the sword, by the way.
Sword
So if you're training stats, it doesn't count.
or sabers.
Or sabers. Yep. Char laid into me yesterday.
I know,
about that.
right?
They are Didows instead. But it's, you know what? I'm gonna look up what that translates into, unless it's
How did I
literally.
get so lucky? Look at this baby. Look at this baby.
Is it Luna being Luna?
I will find the info needed for Sword Enlightenment things. But for right now, let's see. 1, 2, 3.
It
Four.
is a saber. Char, fuck you. A Didao is a Chinese saber. It's a saber. You.
So we're rolling 4d4 for the ones. Total of 10. And that should be enough. Yep. My toughness is now a 100. Because my weapon skill is already at max, and if it's going to some other thing, then it's going to toughness. Oh.
Much better IRL. There's no flash from the light. It's just like dark. Hey guys, those floofy ears just popped over.
As a note, you don't accrue sword enlightenment from ones if you're training stats. So
Yes.
yeah. But
But
if
if
you
you
are training
roll-
the sword,
If you roll a weapon skill test and you gain stats like from them, you that's not included, right? That's not the same thing.
well, technically you can increase your weapon skill.
Yeah,
Not
by
using a
rolling.
sword, but why
Yeah.
would you not use a sword in this
Yeah.
case? Because you could double dip.
Okay, that puts me to 15,309, which, okay, so 14,000. I've done it within that month, and
Great job. You only have 2,000 more to go.
20,000 more, you mean?
Sorry, yeah, 20,000 more to go.
Yeah. 0, 1, hang on a second. 1,309. I believe that's right. Yes. Out of 20,000. Okay. So stage 9.
Congratulations. So that was another 2 weeks, eh?
Yep. So I'm a month in. Probably going to take me a month and a half to do that again.
The only thing I could think of is you might be able to increase a bonus somehow, like spend some merits to get more. It's the only thing I could see you going faster for, but yeah. Because you should be getting a base +1 and a base +5 from your area here. And then you should be getting +10 from your swordsman. And then every scene, I think you get a additional +1. And I don't know what other kind of bonuses. If you had a master, for example, I'm sure you'd be getting more progress. You could choose one of those swords, I guess, and then make it vicarious, not vicarious.
Lore Master.
Lord Keeper there.
Lore
like
Keeper.
you could do that, but right now, like I'm just looking at that, and then you're gonna times 10 by 4 or 5. What's your multiplier bonus?
It's times 5.
Right,
So I could get to 50.
it should be 50 plus 1 plus 5 plus 1, or 1 per. That's your
57?
number.
That's where I'm
Yeah,
supposed to be at.
You should be at pretty much 56 per downtime action, and then
Mhm.
every scene you get an additional 1 because of the enhancement you picked up, or 2. I don't know how many times you did it. So yeah, it should be like 56 per downtime action. Is what I'm looking at for math wise.
I semi-remember my bonus changing at some point, and there was a 10, and I was just like, 5 times 10, that'll make this go faster. But yeah, can I redo my math then for that month?
Please.
Sure.
Okay, so we're looking at
I
56.
don't want you to miss out.
We're looking at 56, 245, 260. Actually, no, it's 250 because 253 because of some ones. We ate some 100s. Also, there should be a few. Did you eat all of the 100s that I came across besides those 2 that are doubled?
Correct.
Are
Okay,
you going to be
then
in the cradle the whole time?
I
for
will be
that
in the
whole
cradle
2
the entire
weeks.
time. Yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Okay. Then I can ignore that. That grants me another one. Those 2 cancel. I can ignore that. Can ignore that. That grants me those ones. So 262 plus 250 plus the 3 on the key that I spent. So 250. No, 505. No. 262. 250 plus 3. 515. There we go. 515 and 56. 28,000. And before I rolled for that, subtracting, I was at 900 something because that was, if I do the math. A second. Writing this down. 28840 is what I should have. Originally, I was from 1458 19 times. What is 19 times 27 granted me 513 minus 513. 945. This sounds about right. Okay. So 945 originally, plus this. That's my new total, 29,785 from 14,000, which, so subtract the 14,000 leaves me there. Okay, so we're still past stage 9, and the new number on stage 10 is. Come on. 15,785. There we go. Okay.
It's a lot better.
Yeah.
Feel better too?
Yeah, because now it's not going to take me a whole month. That whole month, I'm almost there.
Yeah, that's pretty good. We like that.
I think the 2 weeks, or an additional 2 weeks, if we can keep it there for a total of 6 weeks, and then I'll be good, I think. Let's see. We said 56 per.
Try a week first. Try not doing a 2 week. You might not need 2 weeks to
1
finish
week?
it off.
Okay, so 7 times 21, 147. So 1 week slash R. Six. Or actually, it's not even 86 anymore. It's 90. Yeah, because it's weapon skill. Okay.
Lots of ones.
Yeah, actually, Jesus. None of the ones and 100s, but 1, 2, 3, 4. 44 again. Slash 4. Jeez. Okay, I'll take that.
Nice.
We can put that to 90. That leaves 5 left over. I'll put that into strength. 6. Okay. That's that. 137 times 56. Clear this. 7,000, which should be good. Yeah, because plus 15,785 yields 23. Okay. So what's the next path on swordsman? Because now I have.
You need to
Would you
come to
like to have the next Swordy McSword thing?
Well, yes, I have become a swordsman.
Catalyst
Not
required,
yet, mister.
and a teaching is also required.
Right. Yeah.
You can come
I
to
didn't realize.
Savalar and
If you scroll up, the 10 is available. Path of Swords
Understood.
10. And then you need a couple things to consolidate. You need a sharpness teaching, and you need 10 sharpness. But you have all of that available.
Yeah.
It's all available. You just gotta go out.
Can I also get a copy of stage 9? Because I don't have that one yet.
oh, I thought you did.
No, I just got stage 9, and I haven't gotten a copy of what the proper wording
Okay,
is.
yeah. Sure.
Yeah, I can do that too. Yeah, that's not a problem. Yeah. Okay. Swordy McSword on the sword. Bloop. Bloop.
Right. Cool. Copy. We got that. 13,000.
Matt, we got a new sword teaching for the sword energy. Just sorry, that last scene we did with the sword elder, that was a new teaching, correct?
For folding.
For folding, is that considered a sword teaching or clue?
The one from the Sword Elder in the other room?
Yeah.
That was a teaching of sword folding.
So it wasn't considered sword teaching, though. It was just sword folding.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Okay. Just wanted to double check.
It's more of a blacksmith teaching, but You don't need to be a blacksmith to fold the energy.
Not yet.
Sword material / reshores +1 pin when wielding a sword. Is that also part of the stage 9 there? There's a certain thing to where, like, on my screen, it shows Blattmeister posted twice. I think it's just because, hey, couldn't fit more characters in. But just,
Yeah, it's all part of the same thing.
okay, making sure. Copy. Okay. And go back up to 10.
Question for you, Matt. When we use a sword enlightenment, do we get that +1 filling, or when we gain a sword enlightenment?
When you use, these are all you must use when you use these resources. So for
These
sword
sword resources
teaching,
are spent. Yeah, okay, we're good. I got you. Yeah.
yeah, the sword teaching, even if you have it, when you use the sword teaching for the first time to make progress for a checklist, that's considered use as well. Because then you need a new one, right?
Yeah.
We're getting there.
Oh, getting there. Alrighty. So, well, that was 5 weeks, not 6 weeks then.
As
To get
expected.
to. Okay. Sweet.
So that's that leaves us with 5 weeks of things to do. I will be at the nursery actually for a lot of it. My new layer has incorporated the sword energy progress, and I'm curious to see if energy has been flowing into the nursery swords from this new gathering array, um, and if the swords are utilizing it at all.
The sword array.
Yeah, so the new energy, the +20 progress energy. I
Oh,
was
yeah.
wondering. Okay, so the swords aren't taking that in at all. Okay, I just wanted to double check.
Most of the swords can over time
Mhm.
when exposed, but that we're talking if you have the blue ones, right? The ones with 1 influence
Yeah, yeah.
or very little build, it would take them centuries
Okay.
for bountiful energy to be absorbed over time for them to develop anything.
And what about my arming sword, for example? Is that collecting sword energy at all?
Again, on
Okay.
their own, they will take a while. The ones that have more built in
Mhm.
definitely will have a faster growing speed, but as
Yeah.
inanimate objects, they're not creatures who breathe in and out energy like people do.
Yeah, yeah.
So you can definitely speed that up by devoting time to that sword, like you guys did with putting influence in it. But for now,
Yeah, I was thinking about doing that, especially when Chun Po has been rolling 100s, and then they've been flowing into the arming sword.
yeah.
I find that is an interesting interaction that I can notice with my eyeballs. So I was just wondering, um, especially since that's kind of what my sword's based off of. I was thinking like, oh, maybe I could use that as a reference to help me determine what kind of sword energy I want to fold into myself.
Sure.
Um, and that gives me a reason to stay in the nursery and start doing stuff with sword energy. And um, yeah, if that's okay.
Yeah, you can see what's going on with all those tasty 100s.
Yeah, and then also um, utilize the sword progress to sword energy progress to as I focus on my arming sword and start to incorporate that energy into it, Can I do it that way, or should I be doing it into myself while I'm doing this, kind of referencing that point?
You're not sure?
Yeah. I'm also wondering, Liron, you're going to be doing some research pretty much these next month.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm going to be researching the sword energy I currently have, and then how best to make it resonate with my inner self.
Yeah.
So it'll be most of the month, if not all of it.
So maybe I can just take some time to either do some reinforcement for myself while I let you figure that out, and also focus on that, cultivating, watching my sword, which is connected to me, grab the 100s from Chun Po's swinging of the sword on his path of the sword that he's doing.
Mhm.
Okay, I'll let you go first, Liron. I already kind of planned out my next month.
So I guess I will do half of the day, or half of the DTS is going to be awareness. The other half will be sixth sense, to look in upon myself and try to find, well, one, how the energy is resonating with myself, and then to figure out the best way for it to resonate. So it's going to be, I suppose, awareness into sixth sense into mathematics, and just continue that cycle for research.
Awareness
want-
into sixth sense using mathematics.
No, that I will be using mathematics to figure out how to make the energy, like mathematically, how it needs to change to resonate better with my inner energy.
Get a look at the graphs.
Be like, okay, cool. This is how it's currently resonating, and
Yep,
based on
okay,
what
I
I've
got
learned
it.
from folding, I would like to figure out the math of how to fold it to make it more perfectly resonate with me.
There, that we can do.
And I would like to assign 1,000,000 progress to that.
Crunching the numbers. Crunching the numbers.
I hope that that's enough for. You said it was 3 weeks that you did?
Total,
we
I
a
did
month.
5.
Yeah, a month and a
5 weeks. How much progress am I getting for this? Hold on a second. Because this is sword related, so I do get to use the least favorite sound. So that's times 10. I get plus 30 times 5. I actually need to figure out how much progress I end up wanting to assign this. 30 times 5 times 10.
Yeah, you should be getting a plus 10 bonus from your Path of the Sword, plus 30 bonus from your sword itself, plus 5 bonus from the research library.
So 30 times 5 is 150 plus 10 plus 5 plus 8 times 10 times 7 times 3 times. That's 1 day. 7 times 5. Yeah. So 1,000,000 might not be attainable in 5 weeks, but that is what I'm going to do for resonance of what. And divided by 173 times 2. It's not 14,000 rolls. That's wrong. That's 7 times 3 times 7 times 5. 735 rolls times 2. Out of times 10 still in there somewhere. So, and we
Not over
determined
999.
999. Yeah.
Maybe 900 is an easier one, and then add anything else after that.
Yeah.
It's even.
Roll 900, D100. I don't want to put any less thans or anything.
Ooh, double
Cool.
one.
Yeah, the double one is awesome, and it's on the same thing. That is another.
And this time it's you have 2 double ones actually, and this time they're quad ones. So it's a double double, double double.
Mhm,
Double,
which counts towards my favorite sound twice.
Oh my lord.
That's 6 of 10 for that. Let's go.
The double.
That isn't all the
ones.
rolls yet,
You
though.
also have a 100 into a 1. Oh, never mind. That doesn't count because you.
Separate rolls.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then I need to roll another 570.
Oh, the other second double one is on a different 2 rolls, but you could choose. So you have 2 ones in the same sequence, then you have fated to have both ones from advantage. So that's. But this time it's a double double, right? In this case, like it's the same roll, but it's
Yep.
perfect practice make perfect. So it's an improvement from last time.
Yes, it is. Okay. I'm going to start counting this and figure out if I need to do any more research on this. This is not, in fact, gathering or consolidating any sword energy. This is just me trying to figure out how I want to fold my sword energy in the end, I suppose. And I guess understanding my sword energy as it relates to sound. So continue with your stuff, Lar, while I count.
Yeah, I'm going to do
Yes.
something similar in a sense. In a sense, for completely. I want to utilize awareness. I would like to utilize Siny Science, and I'd like to utilize Scrutiny as I look at this energy and start to work with it. And also as the 100s are coming in from Chun Po, kind of get that idea.
And Liron.
Liron would have to do some shenanigans, and I don't think he wants to do the shenanigans with mental math, or what was it called again? Fuck, what is it called?
Mental
Gymnastics. There you go.
gymnastics. Yeah.
Yeah, because he would be losing out on that progress if he didn't roll.
Yeah.
What I could do though is I might be able to manipulate some forbidden lore fate if you would allow me to look at that possibility of the 100 happening.
You can do that, but it only generate Dow droplets of failure.
Oh yeah, that's completely fine. I think it would be cool. Like, it's not going to give me 100 for the sword, but it would allow me to see the possibility of that happening. And then I'd have 2 reference points, one from a swordsman and one from a sword scholar. I think that would be interesting. Alrighty.
I don't think I ever actually rolled any 100s, though, because I've got advantage on all of these.
No. What I was saying is I would look at the possibility of it happening with fate instead of you actually accepting the roll from this advantage. The fact that the roll happened, and it could have been a thing.
Okay.
Yep.
Makes sense.
So, Matt, would you like 1 roll per for the full time, or do you want me to do like per day? How many rolls do you want me to do with this? I suppose.
I'm gonna let you decide how long you want to spend with each of them. Minimum of GTA, but
Yep.
you can ruminate longer on a failure than just one and done.
Yeah, because I'm going to spend I'm going to spend 4 weeks doing this,
Okay.
and I'm going to be using 1 week per for forbidden lore fates, FL, and then awareness, and obscura, and scrutiny. And I've already done my mighty neat rolls, so I don't need to worry about that. Nice. I say you went above average there, though. I'd say it's like, what? Yeah, you definitely went above average for those rolls. Well done.
We'll have advantage, and
No,
those
the
rolls count
2d4.
as twice.
The 2d4 I was talking about.
Oh, got it.
Yeah. Half would have been, 48, right? So
It's 2.5 is the average roll of a d4.
yeah.
So it's dead average, actually, I think. Which is good. I'll take
Yeah.
dead average.
Yeah.
40 and am I maxed out on all of my stats there? I am. Okay, so I get 20 opportunity as well with that, which does something also bad when I get opportunity, right?
So you don't have any other, can't go into another stat. Like you've already hit your
I've already
limits.
maxed out all my mental stats.
Okay.
I have not hit limits for physical, but I'm not doing anything physical right now.
Yeah, exactly. That's fair. So yeah, so when do you hit your max? I guess that's the question.
The last 20.
The last 20. So it's you're getting hit with 2 devastating, then 3 devastating, then 1 devastating, and these are different instances, I suppose. They're not all at once, right, Matt? They're all because they're different days. Yeah.
The last 20? Okay, so there's 2 devastating, there's 2 devastating. That's 0, that's 1. Actually, do I have Indomitable 3 or do I
Yeah,
have
you do have
Indomitable?
Phenomenal, don't you? Yeah, that should definitely help with that.
I have Indomitable 2, so yeah. 12.
You could also choose the reroll. Never mind, I wouldn't do that.
No, 14.
It's just you might have to take a rest to help with the other ones, unless you
I've
want
got a
to
lot
work.
of critical damage that I can take.
Okay, yeah.
And I can, I guess no, I'd have to rest if I did that, yeah.
I was just thinking, do you want to take the critical?
Well, I'm
and,
taking
continue on?
2 rests.
Yeah.
What was that?
I was just wondering, do you want to see what happens when you take multiple devastating? I haven't seen what happens to your character. I don't know. It's not the same critical wounds as before, so I don't know what chart Matt would have you do.
I have the chart for that. I've got
Oh,
a
you
whole
do?
lot
Okay.
of, yeah. So I just lose some emotions before my next rest. But I only take 2, 4, 5, 6, 7 devastating total. That gets through the Indomitable. So I wouldn't, if I didn't need to rest for fatigue reasons, I wouldn't have had to rest here.
Yeah.
Hi, Mr. Lar. Interesting stuff. The failure study.
Hmm.
It's kind of strange. Not all failures are the same, obviously, but they're also not built all the same, which is also a little strange. Because normally, failures have kind of a blueprint they follow. Usually, a lineup of a series of things that go wrong. You know, and if you stack up enough things that go wrong, it ends up in a really bad failure. But some of these are rife with destiny. Like, you did everything right, but destiny said, no, you don't get this in this moment. In fact, some of these are absolute successes. Ones instead. Destiny twisted it. Kind of weird. And when you look at it, especially the ones from Chun Po, you're not sure if it's a shackle. You're not sure if it's Destiny throwing darts blind, trying to figure out where you are, and how to stop you doing what you're doing, or some other effects at play. But Destiny has a hand in just about everything here, except for a couple failures, which are, well, unfortunately, Mr. Po just had a bunch of really goofy, cartoony things happen in a row. That was like, oh, well, that didn't go well. But mostly, these critical failures are a harvest of Destiny's influence. Very rarely among the scattershot of 100s that you're observing is it only Poe's fault.
Right.
It's only
So
Poe's fault.
that's interesting too, because Chun Po has the no fate currency, which I
Yeah.
think he turned into a poison no fate currency, if I remember correctly. And he might be, interestingly enough, be able to apply that to Destiny when it comes into play.
Destiny is a bit more complicated than Fate,
Okay.
because Fate currency is just Fate element.
All right. So
Destiny
I suppose it's the reason it's called the Destiny fragment instead of just Destiny, right? Yeah.
So Destiny, from what you can tell, is a controlled narrative power.
Yeah.
With the Fate element attached.
Right. It's a combination of the two.
Right. And the interesting part is the fragment is a smidge of the Fate construct, or the Destiny
Get you in the
construct.
door. Get you in the door.
Get you in the door.
No.
So if you were to consider the collective whole of Destiny, not just
Right.
fragments, it is enough to smother all of the path in a narrative that is completely controlled.
Mhm.
Especially to individuals who are pedestrian, mundane. The fate element is so strange that even certain cultivators, even if you're strong, really can't fight against it because it's not something tangible in a way that you can just kill it or fight it. You have to know it exists. You have to know how it works, how it interacts, how it. Like, you really have to have some serious attainments.
Yeah.
So, this feels like someone's power. You know, like, you know how you utilize elements?
Yep.
Well, fate is an element.
Yes.
But what if you had enough narrative control over fate that at a cultivation level that's unfathomable, and you weave your absolute narrative divine control over fate with a narrative of your choosing, then you get destiny.
As it was destined to happen.
Someone is choosing how things go. It has a hard time finding certain people at certain times. The direction of which way you're going, where you go in general, and how your lives play out is not micromanaged, but the grand picture is already taken in consideration.
Yeah.
You've been fighting this really hard with your fate powers, and your masters do have some protections from this, but even then, not all of you are immune. So from what you can tell, you are all still shackled by destiny. It doesn't matter. 90% of what you do doesn't matter. You can do whatever you want. But that 10%, certain timings, certain interactions, and then most certainly where you end up is all predetermined.
It's like causality.
Mm-hmm. You're not sure if this force is benign, malfeasant, benevolent.
Okay.
So seems to have a hard time completely micromanaging, but there are certain things that trigger it. But it's so inconsistent and so infrequent. You'll probably run into more of its power as you get stronger. It is easier, more likely and easier to locate you and interfere, especially if you're deviating from where you're supposed to be and what you're supposed to be doing. There's a scary realization too.
Yeah.
So, just like there are protagonists of different varieties, there's also something you found called Child of Fortune. So instead of having protagonist powers, you have insane luck powers. And they can be separate from being a protagonist, but you can also be woe. There is also Destiny's Chosen, which means you are completely shackled by destiny as someone controls your fate. But it's usually for a higher purpose, whatever within the. So it's a different representation of a main character.
You have a focus. You are a tool to be used by this entity.
Yep. But usually things go very well for you. And you also notice that some of these plot points, these story beats that you are manipulated into, sometimes destiny builds you up so that you fall to someone they find more important or needs you as a stepping stone.
Yeah, makes sense.
So there's a lot of information looking at these 100s.
Yeah.
The ones also are really weird. It's the same thing but backwards.
Yep.
10% of the time, it's you actually just nailing it. Influenced by Gestalt. You actually start to edge out Destiny's required influence for you to succeed, the more talented you are.
Right.
Whereas on the other side, a lot of the ones you have is influenced by Destiny.
Right.
So absorb that, digest that as you will.
Yeah, I'll take this next week then, since I spent 4 weeks per roll. Do you want me to roll those at all? Or do you just want to say, like, hey, I did those things?
Say that again?
Would you like me to roll Forbidden Lore Fate, Awareness, Obscura, and Scrutiny, and then see degrees of success from that? Or do you just want to say that's done, and because we just went over what we got?
We can just kind of go, like, for the next week?
No. I mean, just like I said, I was taking every week I would spend like for each one of those.
That's rolls. Your collective information from those weeks.
Okay, yeah. I was just wondering if you wanted me to actually do a dice roll with those skills. That's really all I was asking.
Only if you want to.
Okay.
Perhaps you roll a 100 or a 1 on any of them, and then you get some extra little tidbits.
Yeah. So after those 4 weeks, I'm going to spend a week ruminating on that interaction instead of spending it on Gestalt rolls or something along those lines.
Sure.
And I think the one thing I want to try and do is while I'm ruminating on Destiny, from these interactions, I want to use my 3 Destiny fragments for just 3 D100 rolls to help me kind of put the pieces of the puzzle together and like help me just kind of like digest what I've just eaten within that next week, if that's okay with you.
So you're using a Destiny fragment to get yourself a D100 to help further digest what you absorb?
Yeah, in that next week. That's what I was thinking.
Yeah. I mean, you can. It may do literally nothing,
Okay.
but it could.
I was just trying to think of a like a mechanical way we could say like, hey, I digested this thing. Here's
I'll
some.
give you a D100 for each of the narrative points it gives you. So 5 each.
Okay, cool. So
You are looking for ones of 100s, though. That's the
of
thing.
course. So let's just do um our our rolls. So it would first be an awareness.
Mhm.
Da-da-da-da. So an awareness, I'm going to apply even further beyond. And here's the first one. Oh, a 33. Okay, that's good. It's a double. That's fun. Um, and the second one, I then scrutinize the scrutiny. I have no extra bonuses, but I can do double take and scrutiny if I wanted to here. I'm also going to apply even further beyond. It's nice. After scrutiny, it is Obscura. I do have mastery in science, Obscura, and I have 118, which is halved, rounded up. So that should be plus 60 if I do believe. 91. And then I will do a Forbidden Lore Fate with even further beyond. And because it is fate related, I will also be applying extra effort from my fate tribulation key for a plus 290. And so I like the 33. I want to keep that one because it's a double. 18 is great roll. It's underneath 20%. The science, I'm actually going to keep up in the 90s because of failure. And
Failure.
90s is pretty much like the flip side of a 10% chance of of a success. I will reroll the fate because Forbidden Lore Fate should be what would you call it? It should be flexed. It should be manipulated. So I will be re-rolling the fate roll I did there. 299 plus 290. Interesting. So, and then I'm going to use Twin Fate on that as well. And if I get a 72, that would be interesting. A 58, that's too bad. Okay. It is what it is. I moved it around a lot to get a better idea of what I was looking at with the Forbidden Lore Fate. And then slash our 15D 100s for the Destiny Fragment usages. And I got a 33 there, but that's really it. A 4, a 44.
No one's a 100s, which is what you said.
Yeah. What could I do here? Zero. I'll throw 2 bone coins on 2 of them, just see if I can get something from that. 2 4s. All right, let's see if I get any of those back. I do. And I'm going to put it into fate. 0 bone coins. Why not? I'll just use a fate point on the last 74 roll just to see if I can. It is a double. That's fun. But I don't think you'd allow me to get anything from that.
Your bone coins, did you roll any narratives?
No, I did not roll any narratives. I just rolled 2 4s.
Okay.
I could apply. So I have currently 9 narrative in my narrative pool. I have a 33, I have a 44, and I have an 88. Those 3 doubles, I'm going to spend 3 narrative each on them. I was just thinking of applying some narrative effect to it.
Well, each narrative point you spend, I'd just give you another D100.
Okay, sure. Why not? Why not? Let's get some more doubles. 8, and so 9 D100.
You love your doubles.
Just a 44. Unfortunate. But I did get 2 44s within those rolls. And are there any other similar? I'd rolled a 69, but I rolled a 40.
Yeah.
I rolled a 26, and there's a 62 in there, but they're not back to back, so it doesn't matter. 94, 74, 27. I didn't roll any of the same numbers. The 44s, those are the only 2 ones I rolled with the same. And that is a 100, whatever. It's not really anything. So,
You can observe. It's just there's fate written all over this, just no destiny.
yeah. Just a thought. Would these be considered failures that, or because I did not get the number I needed?
Sure, you can consider yourself some droplets.
It's not that I was thinking of though. It was I want to just run this by you, just as a maybe, just as a maybe. So this one. Sometimes the options are not always in your favor, so why not make your options a little more chaotic? When 2 or more rolls have been made from the result of a power or fate, none of them are passes. The worst roll becomes a natural 100. Just your thoughts. If you don't want to let it go, I'm fine with that. But I was just thinking, you just say it was they were failures for failure droplets, which I would take. But it's not like our usual mechanical rule. It's like, hey, you have a certain % chance to pass this thing. Well, you didn't. You didn't.
I'll give you an
it.
observation.
Okay, I'll take it. I'll take any. I'll take it.
Okay. At a certain point, it is impossible to fail as a cultivator. Rolling as an out of character mechanical GM reveal. At a certain point, rolling dice is literally pointless.
Yeah, I mean we've run into there. Like it's just like a hidden behind the scenes kind of like a checkbox kind of thing. Like, hey, we went to go fight this guy. If you don't have sword aura, if you don't check that box, then you can't actually succeed, even if you roll 2,000 ones in a row. Maybe you'd allow that to happen, but I don't know.
No. At certain points, the only time dice would actually become relevant is when measuring yourself on extremely small percentages against someone else.
Yeah.
AKA degrees of success.
Yeah.
And that way you can determine just how well the small things boil down to. But the small things matter.
Yep.
It's when you get to the really high level where, you're just doing stuff. There should be no reason for you to fail at all. Except when destiny gets involved.
Right.
So if it's only fate is this ephemeral kind
It's
of
the
background
foundation.
player.
It's the the strings of that tapestry in a sense, but someone.
No, not really.
No.
No, it's just an element, just like fire, just like water.
Okay.
It's not a fundamental foundation woven into everything. It's just another element. And just like water or fire can do nothing, fate can just do nothing.
Right.
Especially to people who have accumulated so much power, they're unaffected by it. But it's only when a greater power gets involved, and you've discovered somebody has their hand on the fate element and has transformed it into destiny.
Yeah.
And when destiny gets involved, whatever this entity is, it's so powerful. Even if you're a strong cultivator, you still are affected.
Right.
Which is why certain people go their whole lives without having to worry about running into it.
Okay.
They're just going about their business. Nothing is going wrong on the grand design in the background. But the moment you start to stray away from where you're supposed to be, destiny recorrects you. And that's when you start to fail to do stuff, or people start to show up that shouldn't be here, and the story gets twisted.
Gotcha.
So at a certain point, rolls won't matter. This fate probability is only affecting you because you haven't absorbed enough energy, you haven't cultivated enough, you haven't gotten close to immortality. But later, only destiny can confine you. You'll eventually be able to pick how well you do.
And then it comes down to, are you actually free from that situation? Like, because destiny's the reason why it's happening in the first place. Can you even go against the flow?
Yeah, and here's the fun part. Through that observation, if it gets to the point where you can choose the rolls you want, why not pick a natural one every time?
Right.
Destiny prevents you. Everyone gets 2s going forward, but never a natural one unless destiny lets you.
Gotcha.
But for now, destiny does not have a stranglehold on you. It's ushering and guiding you. It's also debilitating and giving you setbacks.
Yes, as I've observed. Yeah.
Yep. But it's also really inconsistent at the moment.
Gotcha. Okay.
Especially to someone who has the fate element themselves.
Mm-hmm.
How curious.
It goes through my body with tribulation on top. Yeah. Okay. Cool.
Yep.
Thank you very
So
much.
destiny is not an element.
Right.
It would be closer to a Tao.
Fate, destiny, fortune.
Luck.
Yep. Luck. Right. Or would you call it fortune, luck, and destiny then in this case, with fate just being one of the elements that intertwine between it all?
Destiny and fortune are the more complicated concepts. Your base values are going to usually be fate as an element. Luck is a pseudo element. It's not part of the actual elemental collection.
Yeah.
But it's its own thing, and it's luck is an important thing. And then you have the narrative.
Yes.
So those are your building blocks. Fate and narrative make destiny. Narrative and luck make protagonists.
Right.
And then luck and fate make fortune.
I see.
And you've got this weird, it's like this little cabal that you've discovered. You kind of peek behind the curtains and they're like, who's there? And you're like, oh, they almost got me.
Yeah, too bad I'm too fast.
Yeah, too fast. Must have been the wind. Who's there?
What was that?
That's my my month and a week done.
Okay.
Got some cool information that maybe I can expand upon with my sword stuff with. But yeah, awesome. Thank you very much.
Wait, this is sword research. I get enlightenments for these ones.
You do
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
double ones, by the way.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yeah. So I got to 1.9 million progress.
Good job.
I saw. Yeah, I saw. I also did want to talk to you about the multiple.
Okay.
So there's we'll do this in between this session and next session, but the multiplier
Exponents
might,
are not great.
yeah. I was discussing this with Johnny earlier about for health of the game, you can only apply a multiplier to a single roll once,
That makes sense.
and if it's already been multiplied anywhere in the chain, you can't add another multiple. But if you have two separate sources,
You can
those
put a
can be
multiplier on
multiplied,
either
and
of
then
them.
you
Yeah.
add them together. I'm still running the numbers on it, and I want to be.
That will make it a lot more reasonable. And I'm guessing that's
Yeah.
just for progress. Damage is intended to do that type of thing, right?
Yeah, damage is definitely intended to do multiplier on a multiplier, even exponential on a multiplier. Like I have titled values for that on purpose. But I'll discuss that with you in between sessions and see if we can get a healthier number
Yeah.
system going.
Because it's like 1730 progress per roll is not great.
Yeah, it's pretty up there.
I mean, it's great for you though.
Oh yeah, that's not.
I was going to ask about exponentials being used not for progress, but for damage and stuff. But yeah, we're good. We're good.
No, for damage.
Well, exponential for damages.
I'm all over. I'm definitely okay with damage just getting out of control because, well, if you earn that level of damage, you're now the threat and people will target you. And also, there's other guys who can do just as silly damage.
Yep.
Like John's character, he can do silly damage. He already does damage, all right. Like that's his thing.
Against targets that have no defenses. Otherwise,
but
he just
like
he's
energy, for example, like sword energy, they can't really do anything against, right?
Well, John can't do anything against the sword energy. He has to kill the people around the sword energy.
There you go. Exactly.
All right. So, Mr. Dude Guy, 1.9 million progress is plenty. Mr. Sword Scholar Man.
Mr. Sword Scholar. Sword.
So, in each fold, you want to remove the impurities for certain.
Mhm.
No elements. Keep your Tao out of it. Make it as pure as you can, but stain it with your essence, who you are. But you don't have to worry about keeping it consistent for every fold. In fact, don't. The longer you go between each fold, the more essence you can pour into the fold. It's like a save checkpoints, markers of your progress, markers of your improvements. There's a lot of pedantic nuance that you could do this. You could basically be like, if I haven't had a great battle and I haven't made significant improvements, I shall not do this fold because I will miss out.
Okay.
You could do that, but that's not any less valuable or more valuable than making sure the blade is clean and pristine without the scratches and the dents. Getting it to the right and proper shape. Now that's another thing you realize. When you fold it, the shape changes. You have to make sure, once you've picked a shape, which you can, it must be consistent throughout. If you've folded it and not made a consistent shape, don't make another fold, because if you're just folding without maintaining the shape, you get a different shape each time, and you've stacked 10 inconsistent shapes on itself.
Okay, I'd like to go with the double cone as my shape.
It still needs to be shaped like a frickin' sword. Okay.
Yes, yes.
So the essence is so it recognizes you. It's a part of you. Because going forward, you're going to generate enough energy and sharpness that it will ruinously cut anything. You may end up getting like a monomolecular edge at a certain point with the sharpness you generate. Even at sword energy level 1, it's basically a lightsaber to like a lore accurate lightsaber in Star Wars when you touch mundane objects or low grade objects with it. Just cuts right through it. So what happens when you get a higher energy state? Well, you channel that energy through your body. And if it doesn't know you and that you are part of the process of moving the sword energy, it cuts you too.
Mhm.
So staining your essence, whether through experience, through just making it a ritual process, is essential for each fold.
Okay.
And it doesn't have to be there's no like best practice. There are not to dos, such as making this a clinical process or rushing through it. Even if you get the shape right and you clean out the impurities, if you don't stain it with your essence, it becomes estranged to you. Imperfections are okay as long as they're cosmetic.
Okay.
As long as they don't mechanically affect your foundation. But a cosmetic imperfection is just you. It's who you are. So this is kind of a weird process. It's how much do you love swords and swordsmanship and learning about it as a sword scholar? That love and devotion will reflect in every fold. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It doesn't even have to be profound. It doesn't have to be all of your attainments and knowledge. You can, as a scholar, but for a swordsman who are like, I'm not really concerned about that stuff. Just their obsession, their devotion to the blade is plenty. If you want the edge against other people, there are nuances that you can pursue. That gives you just a little bit more than other people. Which is between every fold, have a fight. Kill somebody with the sword. Wet the blade.
Okay.
Clash with other people. Especially ones that you don't know and actually might be like, yeah, I'm going to kill you. Fight. Hone the blade. Temper the blade. Test that fold so it doesn't become unused and malleable and overly flexible, maybe even brittle. That's what, if you want that extra edge that can accumulate into something later, between every fold, have a fight, like a good one. Maybe
Okay.
several. And then clean the blade again and fold it. Having a fight also helps with a new fold settling. The impacts remove any chance of layering, grouping, pockets, patches, basically anything that would be hard to detect. Not to you. You could see the energy through and through, and you could see the striations down to the individual energy particle.
Mhm.
So it'll be consistent throughout, but the layering can be, if you didn't fight, it takes a really long time for those layers to diffuse and settle. Well, you don't want it to settle. That's actually, to be clear.
Oh,
You don't want the layers to settle, because once they settle, they stay that way. You want them to be churned, to be mixed up, to be homogeneous throughout.
Mhm.
No layering to be detected.
Okay.
And if you do that without fighting, without using the sword, it could take months, if not up to over a year, for it to settle on its own without combat. It also could just take a couple days or a couple hours of really brutal fighting to get it to settle. So as a sword scholar, you've pretty much figured out all of those level 2 swordsman sit. All the pitfalls, with maybe a couple advanced teachings that you couldn't research without consulting.
Mhm.
But for literally all the basics and most of the advanced, you've solved it. Best way of energy accumulation: sword katas. Not sitting down cross-legged. It's the sword likes to be in motion, just like
Mhm.
with the descriptions for the swordsmanship paths. The energy is excited. It likes being on the sword. It likes to move around and be swung by the practitioner. So, move the blade. There are mechanically ideal katas.
Yeah, that was what I was about to ask. Is like, did I come up with any good ways to make the energy accumulate better during this time?
There is you'll need dummies so you can strike them.
Mm-hmm.
And the dummies will need to move.
Well, we've got those.
But there is a mechanically and mathematically ideal kata that you can perform for maximum gains. The downside is it requires mechanical
Movement
mastery
mechanics?
of yourself.
Okay, so I can't have anybody else do it, but I can do it.
It doesn't have to be to the level of movement mechanics.
Okay.
It has to be ridiculously precise and technically absolutely correct.
Okay.
And there are certain speeds that fluctuate. Like, you move quickly, then you move slowly, then quickly, and then slowly. So, it's you have a moment of absolutely astounding brilliance.
I'm gonna write that down in a manual during this time
You
as well.
want to do the drawings, because you're gonna have to draw.
Sure enough.
And it could take a while for you to draw it.
I got 5 weeks that I'm studying this as well. But
Okay.
I guess.
Well, that was 5 weeks of that.
This, yeah. So
In
I'd have to write it down afterwards.
fact, if you want, you can go back and study all of the sword path for level 1 and try and do the same thing.
Oh.
Have a mechanically correct way to get and study all the pitfalls, and because you'll have a manual for the second step, but people are like, "Where's the first step?"
That's the cool part. Figure it out yourself.
Nerd.
I have to hop off for now.
Yeah, I was about to say it's end of session.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Matt, I am going to see about getting paid in full. I'm hoping today. I have to call my bank. It might be Monday.
It doesn't have to be all at once. You can just throw a few bucks here and there at me. Just whatever. Don't worry about it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Alrighty. You all have a great rest of your weekend.
You as well. These corn
You
nuts
as
are
well.
awesome.
Yeah. Oh, you
So,
guys,
yeah, we
extra 30 minutes. We can end here now and call it just 4 hours. Or we can continue playing for another 30 minutes if you like.
I'd like to continue playing like for at least another
Same.
30.
I don't
Okay.
have anything else I'm doing today, so.
Allie and I are gonna go for a walk here later, and then go for a swim. I don't know if Allie's gonna go on the walk, but I'll go walk the girl, and then go for a swim. But that's not until
Gotta walk both of them. Both girls.
yeah. But what to do next?
Well,
So-
I want to record the sword kata, and then. Did I also determine if I was at, like, my energy is at the point where I'd want to fold it? At this point?
The first fold is fine. Because you do want to do a fold so that you can let it settle and then clean it. And...
Yeah, I think it was.
It was a
So
week.
it was
for
during
folding?
the sword tournament is the first time I folded because I didn't know about it until I talked to the the old man, right? So it's been at least 6 months since I folded last, and I've been in pretty good constant
Well,
temporary.
your fold was before you attained the energy.
Mm-hmm.
Before you became a swordsman and developed the energy pool.
Yes,
So that's
Yes,
like
that
a
was-
half fold.
it's a half fold. Oh, interesting.
So it wasn't a full fold because you hadn't fully developed your energy pool yet.
Should I still have +1 to my energy, my
Yeah.
sword energy though? Okay.
Yeah, it's a half fold.
Okay.
So the when you do a proper fold, there will be more lore, more rewards, kind of like the path.
Okay.
But yeah, you folded and it wasn't bad.
I would like to do my first fold during this. I think you said it was a week last time, right? It takes.
Well, you want to spend the week writing the sword manual with the drawings and everything?
I guess I do want to do that while it's still
You
fresh
want
in
to
my
take a
character's mind.
rest?
I took a couple rests beforehand. I think I have to. Yeah, I have to take a rest. I'm like right at the.
I'm taking a downtime to rest after this 5 weeks.
Yeah.
It's kind of amazing how neatly the days roll into each other and the weeks roll into each other, and only towards the end do you start to flag. And it's like, I am getting stronger. I can go longer without having to rest.
Yeah, strength reinforcement definitely helps with that as well.
Oh yeah.
Yes, it does.
268 fatigue. Okay. So yeah, I'll be spending the next week writing the manual then. I don't think. I guess I'll make. Do you just want like one mathematics roll to see if it's like a 1 for the masterwork chance?
Sure.
Okay. And I will just roll it without a bonus. There's not a 1. Okay.
I will spend 6 tumbleweeds on you to give you a 1.5 is each tumbleweed, 15. So 15 times 6, which should be plus 90, right? So plus 90 to that roll to give yourself a nice 21 degrees of success.
I can show you the amount of degrees of success. That was without any bonuses for the roll. Hold on.
Oh.
He was
Got
looking if he
bonuses.
rolled a 1.
Yeah.
I mean,
Because
you
I already
should
have
know.
the.
The degree of success helps us determine how great you did, sir.
Sure, fine. Hold on. That is.
Yeah, hold on. I'm gonna go flex here now.
I wasn't going to, because it didn't matter, but it can. Sure.
Yeah, watch me flex. I'm gonna flex this armor now.
I also just wanted another currency back, so I got it. So
Okay, and you said a plus 90 from the tumbleweeds?
Yep. Hey, look, 2 1s. Got
Look
it.
at that! Okay. I don't need to learn a sword kata. I've mapped it out.
A sword kata is one of the things, an energy absorbing sword kata was one of the things I was going to ask the sword master for next time they came around. But
Well, I've made one that's probably useless for you.
yep. Sorry, if you gave that to my Deva side, maybe they'd understand. But I'm not the smartest cookie. I just hit things. I'm a swordsman.
Now, see, there aren't pictures. There's just mathematical coordinates of each of your body parts, exactly
Oh,
where
yeah.
they need to be
Of
for the
course.
manual.
I wouldn't have it any other way.
It's all just one big formula, no pictures.
What about graphs? Do you have like graph pictures?
Yeah, you can have literal graphs of data of like
Yeah, it's just graphs of data for like, this is where your
movements
mass should
here,
be at this
speed
point.
up. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. It's all just mathematical formulas. And another thing that's useless for anybody who isn't a math practitioner.
Right.
But
Okay,
we do
so
need
how long do you spend a week doing that?
a week making it, yeah.
Was that including a downtime teen rest?
One downtime teen rest in the middle, I guess. And at the beginning. I only did one roll. I was just saying I took a week to do it.
Gotcha. I'll go over to you, Liron, and be like, Liron, how you doing?
Oh! I'm developing a sword kata!
Oh yes, the Sword Elder told us about those. Quite the feats.
Sure enough, and this is the perfect sword kata.
Oh, does that mean I can do it too?
Maybe.
With a lot of practice.
With
You
a
got
lot
this,
of
fam.
practice. I got this, eh? Okay. Yeah. All right.
But yeah, you guys can Liron, you can teach Lar the kata,
The
but
kata.
it does require a set up arena. Like you have to have dummies on moving tracks. They have to be at a certain you have to build the facility. Then you can get
Start
that
using it.
mechanically perfect.
Do you think we could go down to the treasury and go to the sword keeper and see if they could do this with their capabilities?
Maybe. I'm working on schematics for the training area.
I wonder if they'd be able to do something with that.
Because presumably that's also in the book with the exact parameters of the training facility. Okay. But not really useful yet until we get this training facility built. But it is the best kata.
Well, let's take our swords down and talk to the keeper. Maybe they'll have some way to make this happen for us.
Is this in the middle of the week? Since I guess I could probably intermittently do stuff if it's just running otherwise. Oh. So I probably have the schematic done for that. See if they can.
If you want to, we can just wait till the end of the week too. That's fine. Like I can just do some Gestalt rolls.
It won't matter either way for me, I don't think.
Okay. It all depends on if you're in a montage, in a sense. If you don't want to break it up that way.
Well, again, I'm not really getting any benefit from being in a montage.
Yeah, you're
right
not.
now.
You're not doing a bunch of rolls. So yeah, that's fine.
Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, yeah, we'll go down to the sword in the sword vault.
You arrive.
Hello.
Greetings.
I have devised a sword kata and require a room for training. Can you help us with this? Show it the horrible schematics.
Oh,
We do not have facilities that are not pre-built.
I
We
see.
have
I see.
supplies,
Ooh, supplies.
yes, but only if you're authorized to access it.
Savalaire will give his stamp of approval. I
He
do
folds back
authorize.
the room to the second layer. This is as far as you are qualified for at the moment. The supplies that you will want, you'll have to go through the Guardians to get them. But you are starting to look like proper swordsmen. Your
and scholars.
physical strength and speed, acumen, and perceptiveness are still subpar.
By the way,
Meaning
did we
your
accrue any?
reinforcements and your stats suck.
Yeah, did we accrue any gestalt from the fight that we did?
No.
Okay, I thought so.
Swordkeeper, is there a way for us to improve our reinforcements then better than what we're doing currently?
I have an incomplete collection, but you should be able to train these. He has the left side reinforcement books.
Oh yes.
The normal ones where you do need the
okay.
catalyst for.
I was about to say. I was going to look to see if
Those
any
ones go up
had
to
the
10. And then he's got ones that go up to 5 for the right side.
Right.
That is. Let's help them. I
The
think we
weapon
should
skill
just.
one would be interesting though, because we don't have that book, right?
We have a normal one of it. We have normal ones of all the ones that aren't special.
Yeah.
So it's probably the same as the book we have, or similar enough that it gives the same benefits.
And Liron, you're doing great on figuring those out, and I've made some progress for myself as well. But looking at those 3 individuals, one of them had 7, quote unquote. It's hard to really define mechanically
Now,
what that
hold on.
is.
In cultivator stuff, people say like the 7th realm or 7 layers of reinforcement all the time.
7th layer of reinforcement for a lot of their physical side. So,
The Ooze had 10 on all.
and one of them even had 10 on all. But
But we have an opportunity to get to 11 on a few of
I know.
ours.
But they're
Which is
also in a different realm than us. But they're zones oppressed, so we have that going for us. But I feel like they're definitely going to be our adversaries on who really comes out on top in this area. My first thoughts. Yes,
I agree.
We need to become stronger, and our current gestalt is lacking. Maybe one of the
Yes.
ruins. I wonder if the ruins would allow us to find more gestalt.
Well, based on my vision, we got Gestalt from fighting and consuming that of others. And all of these people have talent, so we could just go attack our neighbors.
It's true.
It is true, yeah. You can go fuck up your neighbors, take their shit.
Mm-hmm.
Give them a little murder.
We knew what we were getting into coming in here, and that was a
Yes.
whole lot of murder.
A whole lot of murder. Yes, I guess that's a good question. Should we go and do that, or should we just?
I think we should go explore those ruins, but I want to finish up this manual, and it looks like Poe's cardboard cutout is back, so we should wait for that to be a bit more useful again.
Science!
Yes, I concur.
You could go ask that other mentor.
The other mentor?
I have limited information and perception beyond this particular space.
Oh, the sword.
Oh, the Elder Sword. Sword Elder.
If they are an actual mentor, they should hear you out and assist you.
Maybe they are over in the tent still. We haven't gotten an inspection in 6 weeks.
I bet that is their place, like where they reside while they're looking after us. It is a carnival tent. Makes sense.
Sure enough. Well, let's venture out then.
Okay. The second thing is, do you want to just like, could you teleport past these guys? Grab all the things you need, come back.
Doubt it.
I suppose.
That seems highly unlikely. But
Yes.
they'd probably cut down my sound midair.
They would. Or they'd allow you to arrive and cut you down.
Sure.
Well, I am never one for the easy path, so let's go talk to the Sword Elder.
If she is in fact still there.
Yeah. As you go out, you will find that there's no more inspections. There's no more audits. You have to go to the Elder instead of the Elder coming to you. Which means you're far more likely to run into other people.
Okay.
For at this particular moment, Ghost is clear.
Nice.
This is after the week of me writing the manual because I want to bring it to her for inspection
Okay.
as well.
Yep.
Though I guess she probably doesn't know mathematics.
Well, there has been classes being held by your master somewhere else, so they might.
Okay. So we'll head over to the Sword Elder.
Ironically enough, the Sword Elder is practicing the most basic downward chop. And to your vision, it is deliciously perfect. Mechanically.
Oh, wow. You truly are a master of the blade.
I received some teachings from your master recently.
They do know a lot of things.
It's still not my style, but it allows me every time I swing the sword to feel the energy flow. And it's giving me some insights. I am not a mechanical master,
Check it.
and as such, I will not be using this in combat.
Sure enough.
Maybe not. A mechanically perfect strike could give me the edge, but it is devoid of what makes me me. It's devoid of the viciousness, the certainty, the...
Well, I feel like it's devoid of everything but logic.
Correct. And I do possess common sense and a dose of logic, but I am a fighter of instinct. Well, I'm a true swordsman. I think the scholars, the ones that matter, call us the Menothinky.
Ah, yes. Well, it seems to be effective. You made it to Sword Elder.
Yes. Yes, it did. So, welcome
I've spent
to stage 2.
Well, thank you. It was quite the fight out there last time you were training us.
I wouldn't call that a fight. It's a melee. That's a bunch
A
of
brawl?
neophytes swinging and hacking at each other. No finesse and no real power.
But in the same respect, people with no finesse can sometimes be extremely powerful.
Correct, yes. But for the sake, neophytes are neophytes. They can't do a lot of damage.
True enough. Anyway, I've been spending the last month and a half researching and I guess observing my sword energy that I recently developed. And I believe I've come up with a sword kata that can help bolster that in the most optimal fashion.
Is
Pulls
this
out
an
the math
official
book.
presentation of material and research?
It is, as well
or is
as
it unofficial?
let's go with official. And I need some training supplies as well to outfit the training room.
You invoked an official presentation to an elder.
Oh,
My caution, is this unofficial or official? Unofficial allows me to peruse and offer critique and edits
oh,
before an official presentation, but you will either have something that is actually ready for presentation, or you're going to learn a hard lesson today.
I can't demonstrate the kata, but I have the manual.
Hmm. But you have already chosen the official.
Can we
Sure.
use narrative or a destiny to undo this action?
You'll have to burn a fake currency. They will go into their tent and they will come out with a more official
Outfit.
garb on. Basically, it's one of those the robes that go up and around, but they hang it over their shoulders but don't put their arms through.
So it needs the setup.
Yeah. And this is their ceremonial troop outfit. Each and every one of the stitchings and the colors and the patterns weave a story of their time in the carnival, their performances, their ups, their downs, their achievements, their attainments. And there is one part personally stitched in there by the maestro when they became elder. There's a couple patches left that are blank for what's to come, but mostly it's filled out.
All right, time to BS the training area, I suppose.
Neophytes, Liron, you have presented officially a piece of material for me, the Undying Sword Elder, to review.
I will hand
Prepare
it over.
to receive verdict.
I will hand the material over.
The proper ritual, since you are new, it's not quite just handing it.
Oh,
Prostration, and then you offer it while your forehead remains in contact with the floor.
I will do this.
Well,
Remain
good
as
form,
such
Liron.
until I have allowed you to rise. And they'll review it, and instead of just reading it, they actually go through the kata. I'm disappointed I don't have this arena in which to test this. A grand oversight. They'll go through it as they're reading it, just making the moves. When they're done, they kind of mull it over. They kind of pace back and forth. You may raise your head, but do not rise.
I will raise my head.
Mr. Liron, you were this close to actually impressing me. This close.
Oh.
Had you presented this to me with the arena, properly constructed, properly ready to be used, properly tested, I would have given you something special. Because this is special. This is proper. This is correct. But without the other half, you've ruined it. Let this be a lesson. Do not officially present anything to me or anyone of station without being thoroughly prepared. But this is good. Now, I'm going to give you a chance to correct your mistake because of your previous attainments in analyzing Pinnacle Arts and this new presentation. The illustrations that are not actually half bad.
But there aren't illustrations. It's all math.
Graphs.
The graphs. Yeah, it's just like momentum graphs and stuff.
Yep. Your penmanship is actually pretty good.
It's mechanically perfect.
Yep. So, you'll do this again. You will use this book. They will hand you something heavy.
Okay.
It is a blank cultivator manual. The binding and the cover, the pages, supreme grade material. They will give you a proper writing tool. If you need assistance in writing using supreme grade ink and a pen, ask for lessons. If you feel like you can wield it, so be it.
I've never used one, so how many points are lessons on this?
3.
I can do that. And what about supplies for this arena to build it?
You'll need to earn points to buy the supplies. You may also host this in your sanctuary. You don't have to bring it here. Expand your sanctuary might give you extra rooms in which you can devote this contraption.
We have the entire basement level, which would be exciting for collecting sword energy down there.
So, take this to heart. I will overlook this once. If you do it again, you will reap what you sow.
I understand.
The usual penalty, I take your sword hand. You will have to learn to use the other one.
And I'm guessing by take you mean forever, if somebody has a way to regrow it.
Even if you have the means of regrowing it, it would be a personal insult to me and the carnival for you to grow it back. If you can't control your regen, you will be required to cut your hand off every time it's regrown.
I see.
It's not that I can't prevent you from regrowing that limb. I want to see your devotion, your penance.
Makes sense. I will not make that mistake again.
Good.
Liron, this is a great failure to grow from. I approve.
Oh, yes.
You did not die in the
Rise.
process.
We'll rise up.
Stay here. And they'll walk back into the tent, and they will walk back out a few moments later without that robe.
I would like to purchase the calligraphy lessons as well as the training supplies for the arena.
Training supplies. Require around 100 points.
I have 105.
If you want the mechanisms built to your specification by our workshops. The reasons why it's so expensive is because we will be submitting your blueprints, and they will build it for you. If you
Oh.
want the raw parts and build it yourself, including the construction process, 10 points. But the artisan pavilion and the engineering pavilion are not cheap.
It would be a pretty big boon to the sanctuary by having a well-made craftsman.
Doing. Yeah, that'd be all but 5 of my points. It's probably worth it.
I think it's worth it.
Very well. Does the arena fit in the basement level that we currently have dug out?
Yeah, it needs a 10 by 10 space.
Yeah, should be fine. 10 meters by 10 meters?
Mhm.
Oh, that's fine. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
The
yeah.
unfortunate part is you have to really dig out the bottom layer because
Yeah.
the fissure vent.
Yep.
You don't want to cover that up, and also the heat coming off of it and the damage it would do to the mechanisms in proximity to the vent.
Mm-hmm. So we'd have to dig out a 10 by 10 and enclose it specifically.
I wouldn't also mind digging upwards. I want to get some more. I feel like with our new sword auras,
We could probably get up a 10 by 10 in the upstairs.
Yeah.
There's a sharpness fluctuation up. It skews all your math.
all right.
There's an energy
okay.
flux down, which is fine. That's within parameters because you're also calculating in the ambient bountiful space. Down is okay. Up, you need to do different math.
The training room is already big enough.
Yeah, we'll put it in the training room.
Yeah, so we just replace the
If
training
you
room.
want,
with
you
the
just rip
proper
up the
space.
training room. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
And redesign it.
Rip up the training room. It's a rock cavern.
Yeah,
with
it's
a
a little
bucket of swords.
some sorts.
I-
Perfect. I love it.
Okay. Up to you. If you want to build
guess at least
if you want these guys to do it for you, 100, and
I
they'll
think we
use their
do.
parts.
That's gonna be better than what we can do by a lot.
Yeah, and you don't have to spend the time to do it because the amount of time you're gonna have to do is build the mechanisms, train, test, calibrate. Yeah, they'll also make the room pretty.
Yeah, which would
Just be a cavern.
a bonus to the current sanctuary, and also like having it the sword energy array in utilization with your new kata that you've made. That's gonna be tight.
It's gonna be nuts.
Love it. Good job.
Cool.
As a note, you may present anything to me unofficially. But in doing so, we are reviewing this until I'm satisfied.
Oh, that's nice.
If your
Very
allies
well.
have to protect you while I'm conversating, because there are others who do not wish for you to gain further attainments, they will also have to do so.
Sounds fun.
You have to be here for a week under constant siege while I unofficially review something. So be it.
What if
But
they tried? Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
if you invoke an official, no one may touch you except for
Very
the
well.
maestro or myself until it is over. But the consequences can and are significantly worse than being attacked by your peers if you disappoint.
Understood.
Yes, Mr. Lar.
Oh no, that's what I was going to bring up. I was like, official. Oh, what happens then?
Untouchable.
Untouchable.
No.
As expected. You looked quite nice, if I do say so myself, with that uniform of yours.
One day you
Nice.
may earn the right to don one.
Well, can't wait to see the day.
Down to 2 points.
Would you be reviewing the sanctuary when you also do that, or should that be a
No.
different? Yes, as expected. Should we request reviews in the future from you?
You may schedule an audit with me.
Wonderful.
I will check my schedule with the others who have also ask for an audit. You already know my criteria.
Of course, yes.
I will
Improvement.
be adding 2
Yeah.
additional ones, but I will not tell you what they are unless you wish to spend points to know them.
Yes.
But this also means there is additional chances to make additional points, as there are 2 other criteria in which I will grade you on. It also means you have a good chance of losing a lot of points or missing out.
Would it be a point each per criteria, or how much for the criteria? Because I would like to actually
I'm
purchase
not
that.
answering unless you pay. Oh, a point each, as in like pay a point to
Yeah,
figure out
to
what they
know. Yeah,
are. 2 points each.
2 points each. I will pay those 2 points each.
Okay. First is beautification.
Perfect. Looks like we'll have that for the training room.
Yep. It doesn't have to be all at once, but you should make improvements to your domicile that make it not look like you're living in a cave.
Yes.
But what if that's the aesthetic we're going for?
Make it your feng shui must be on point. If it's a cave, you're also going to need to take very deliberate consideration of how the cave looks on the inside. It should be aesthetically pleasing to walk in, even though it's a cave. Things should be hanging. The ambiance should be ideal, like having little alcoves with specific types of lighting. If it's a cave, it still requires just as much work as it would just be to build it up.
I guess the same would be true if you were a filth practitioner. It would need to be very specific piles of trash.
Yeah. So, beautification. Second is presentation.
Sounds very similar.
Yep, separate but similar. How I'm greeted, how you present your domicile. Has it been cleaned? How do you present yourselves? Are you wearing your best clothes? Did you clean up beforehand? Just because perhaps you have done significant construction and you have done well on the beautification, you're still living in a pigsty. Has someone cleaned and waxed the floors?
And I suppose you're not coming for inspections unless we officially request an inspection?
Yes.
Yes, just request. You don't want an official. Ken. Just request. Eventually, if you've taken over this sector, then you may unofficially request an audit of this sector's sanctuary, of this sector's faction, this sector's troop. I will come in and I'll give you pointers for improvement, design problems, give you feng shui advice. I'll help you work on presentation. And then when your entire troop, the one that has conquered this entire sector, is ready, you can officially request an audit of this troop. If you pass, you are officially allowed to form the troop and take on a troop name. And you may then begin practicing sword formations, sword arrays, and your performance.
Yeah, Lyra, that's one of the reasons why I don't want to kill everyone around, because I want to have more people to provide.
Oh.
If we killed everybody, it's just going to be us making the performance, and it's going to be pretty hard.
Expert mode. Everyone was too suck. They didn't get good. We only need us 3. And the Maestro's like, yes.
Now
I want
show
to see
me.
how just good you guys are.
We do 14 things at once. It'll be no problem.
You'd make his day.
I'm just so fast to do it all. Okay, yeah, perfect. Oh, well, I very much appreciate you giving me second-hand honor of Liron's failure, and I appreciate the 2 new information boosts we can utilize for the next audit we choose. Sounds great.
Of course.
I appreciate that.
Now it's time to learn some calligraphy.
Yes.
I will protect Liron as he learns from the Elder.
For the calligraphy, they'll have someone come over to your sanctuary
Oh, excellent.
Okay.
with the materials. They will be
Now I have-
unpleasant because they will view you as not have earned the honor of using these materials and earning the lessons. Be polite, ignore them.
Oh.
Ignore their
cool.
disrespect.
I now have supreme grade calligraphy tools.
Mhm.
Okay. Can I not just write the manual with my kill flower?
Your kill flower?
The thing that I got from Aethrum. Blows things up. Solves problems, it says.
If you could control every one of those blades flawlessly.
You just gotta throw that into the other guys' rooms. Like, yeah, here. have this.
That would deal with the problem.
If you use that against another group, you would obliterate them. The only way they would be able to survive if they've gotten to a level of swordsmanship that they can block
Yeah.
all the needles to every location with energy. And even then, that has an energy penetrating effect. So,
Assuming Aethrum is
if
a
you're
lot
like,
higher
hey,
than-
we're going to have a death brawl against an entire different troop, you can solve it instantly with this flower.
You don't get to, well, I guess it doesn't matter for you, but I won't get to soak my blade, but yours is a clean edge anyway, so.
And there may be a
matter.
few guys who are like not quite dead, and you just go stab them while they're down.
Seems fair.
You're a cultivator. Screw them. Why didn't you dodge? Nerds.
Nerd.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Yeah.
So about the late wake up, it was not as quick as I was going to bed.
Oh, is that because you
I-
played too hard last night, Matt, with your games?
Well, Casey was there too.
I know,
Yep.
right? He left at 12, he was telling me.
Yeah, and
And then I was up until 1:30 dealing with the dogs.
yeah,
And then the dogs woke up at 5:30. That's the only reason I was
clean
up.
and getting things in order.
Yeah.
And I had set my normal time to the previous.
Oh, yeah.
I had it set also to wake up an hour early because I wanted to work on a couple things for my own peace of mind. And no, I get a phone call and I'm like, oh, that's not good.
This is your wake up call.
Thank you for that, by the way.
Yeah. I didn't want to get up this morning. I figured you were still abed.
I had planned to get up at 8, but I'd forgotten again that we were starting at 7.
All right. I got
Yeah,
another
whatever.
thing from. Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
No, you go ahead.
I just was looking at my inventory again. I have the ever rusting coin from the Emperor of Progress that I haven't ever actually examined. That thing is probably really cool. Anyway,
You know,
sorry.
I kind of wish you would have kept your 9 fake currency though. That would have been nice to have.
It would
I
have.
missed that thing.
I wanted to
But you wouldn't have
present a
had
gift to the
turbo
Empress.
progress.
Yeah, that was really, really helpful when we had it. When I was using the stopwatch,
But now you're
which
not,
I still need to get it repaired.
right?
Well, I can't use it right now, but it would be doubling all of this again, and that is something that would stack with the other progress doublers.
If you want, for 12 points, you can get it repaired at one of the shops.
Oh, there you go.
I don't got 12 points.
Next time.
Next time.
Yep. Which I guess I might get points from the presentation of this. So
Oh hell yeah.
let's see, or something else. Sword kata. Look at this, the most autistic sword kata. Do it.
I was watching a comedy act with 2 guys, and there was the Boston autistic. But it
Boston
was
Acoustic?
no, artistic, but with no R, which is autistic.
Yeah.
What's the difference? Boston guys they don't have the R when they say things. That was the whole comedy act, and that was pretty funny.
That is pretty funny. All right.
Okay.
Do reach out to me if you have further questions or things you want to do. I do need to talk to Liron, but we'll do that later. Okay, so we need to talk about. Actually, I could probably consult both of you on the progress numbers so we can figure out a
pretty easy solution. You just say that progress multipliers can only multiply one source.
Yeah,
So
but
the
a
times 10
source
that I
needs to
have
be really
is
specified.
so the times 10 of my least favorite sound is to the total progress, which I don't think it should be. I think it should just be to 1 progress bonus that I'm getting.
Yep, we'll probably have to do that. Cause it's so powerful.
Yeah, and then you can just look at any base numbers. So the more base number effects you get,
It also makes my math a whole lot easier anyway. And also we don't have to have ridiculous numbers for, well, I guess there is ridiculous numbers for these anyway, but 20,000 progress isn't much when you're getting 280 roll.
So then you could have like a times 10 for, let's say, the plus 30 you're getting from, your sword, and then you get a plus 5 that is then times by another times 5 from your montage hero. And then you have like a base 1 that's not times, but maybe you get something else that gives you multiplier, and then like, hey, I get another plus 30 somewhere, so then you multiply that plus 30. So you're just only multiplying your base values separately. And
it's
then,
like I can get a times 5 on something, I can get a times 10 on something else, but not the same.
Yeah, and then you just add them up for every downtime action you're doing, and then it seems pretty simple.
Yeah, I don't think it really requires much of a discussion. Just the rule of you can't apply progress multipliers to the same source multiple times.
Yeah. If you turn that times 10 into a times 20, it's still only 1 multiplier bonus, right? So that's one way you can improve it.
And I can improve it. I just can't improve the success rate at the moment.
Right.
And also, yeah, I think that's an easy fix to that. What do you think, Matt?
I think that would be a good temporary fix, but I also want to look at some other things.
Sure.
I think I also want to look at other permutations of how the numbers come together. But
for the progress?
Yeah, for progress in general, because I've always been enamored with the DTS DTA progress bonus to roll system.
Oh, to make it, I guess,
just a general improvement, not just quality of life, but actually mechanical improvement. And I think I might put conditions.
A little more.
Yeah, refine it a little bit more. I think I'll put my conditions project down for a little bit because this would also be helpful for literally every lobby.
Mm-hmm.
So I'll start working on that. Because
I mean, you can always try different things on the Tuesday campaign whenever you want.
Yeah.
Because it's by far the least serious campaign.
It is. And you guys are good sports about it. I appreciate it.
I'm surprised Ferric is a good sport about it.
I think he enjoys just the
The vibe.
relaxing vibe that you guys have. You guys are still fun. You're still entertaining. You guys still play the game. You guys actually do stuff because he's been in lobbies with those before, but they don't really do anything.
Oh,
The game doesn't progress. Nobody really works together. But
because
it's
that's
still
all we
fun.
do.
But you guys work together. You guys progress towards a goal.
Yep.
And also, in the case, because Frog also is into several other sci-fi games, one of which was, he told me, advertised as a true sci-fi sandbox. Go anywhere, do anything.
Is it the one
And
where
it
he was forced to a station and then
Yeah.
had to talk to all the NPCs?
Yeah.
That doesn't sound like a sandbox to me.
Yeah. I am putting my sandbox skills to the test in this sci-fi game.
I do have one complaint, though. Not
Good.
that it ends up mattering, because we would have sold the thing anyway. But with the tier 4 canister, I'm like the premier Eternium Gap specialist researcher with like 140 intelligence.
I'm not saying you can't do anything with it, but you've never gotten your hands on it.
Okay, but like coming up with a way to...
Just requires research. Requires
Yeah.
potentially a development of a new containment device. Especially if you want to have a canister.
Yep.
Because otherwise,
Which we're also not keeping it. We're selling it to the ghosts anyway.
Yeah.
But it just kind of felt a little bit forced to go talk to them.
Well,
That's the only thing.
the thing that came off the top of your head is you knew exactly what you could build in the now. And I did say that you have 6 months to research and build a new thing before the canister erodes to the point where it breaches.
Yep.
I didn't say you were forced to. You just